moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, look upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Fellas, smoke me a kippa. I'll be back for breakfast.
My friends, welcome back to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? And I saw Eternal, the cheeky bugger that he is, decided to raid me early. So raiders, welcome to the game library. Again, my name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer that has a focus on story-driven games. Hi, Muffin. Has a focus on story-driven games that have been obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming, and the voice to those games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in these games that tend to have little to no voice acting to make them a little bit more interesting for all of you. Now, obviously, Eternal, very late. Raiders, probably very late for you as well. So if you have to raid run, please get your sleep, get your food, get your water, whatever it is that you need. Thank you so much for supporting my good friend Eternal, who I will be streaming with on Friday, but Saturday for him because time zones are weird. And we will be playing some Halo 3 campaign. I'm very much looking forward to that. All right. Oh yes, Jack. Oh yes, collab stream. Alright, now I do have to scroll back in chat because a lot happened when you guys raided in. Oh my goodness, oh dear, okay. I'm scrolling back. Dev, welcome in. Monty, welcome in. Game Freak, welcome in. Jerkops, welcome in. Sue, aka Koala Blue, welcome in. Nice new name, by the way, I like it. Crazy Monkey, Eternal Arcade, Just Jack, Fault Crimes, 0006. Who else do we have? Ooh, the Razman has come in on the red side and the purple side. Cam answering the question of the day so fast. I love it. I will get to that in a moment. Muffin, of course, welcome in. Dragon. All right. I'll be in the future. It's going to be excellent. Okay, I did give you the option, everybody, I did give him the option. I said I would take the day off so that we could stream at a livable hour for him, but he has chosen, emphasis on the word chosen, to stream at my normal time. So, we will be streaming quite early in the morn at an ungodly hour. Don't listen, chat. Books is stealing sleep from me. I don't have to steal it. It was given willingly. Yes, Books. Oh, Zeets, welcome in. Welcome in, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Eternal Love Suffering, he's playing Monkey Game this week, and staying up to be Pinky to your brain. Eternal just wants excuses for his poor game. Well, we're playing campaign, so it's not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad. Alright, guys. Before we get to the question of the day, I do want to share a couple of things. So, as many of you know, the 17th was the anniversary of the creation of my channel. But because I was a scared boy, I did not stream until the 23rd of January 2025. So, to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the channel, I am streaming every day from the 17th to the 24th of January 2026. So I would just like to thank you all for the massive amounts of support that you have been giving. This has been a crazy, crazy time for me. I'm a very busy guy in my day job. It's very, very hard to balance with content creation and streaming, especially because it's live. So it's really, really difficult to fit everything in, and your grace and accommodation and support has been massive in driving me forward. Today in particular was an incredibly hard day. I spent the majority of my day outside in negative 30 degrees Celsius. I was quite cold. So if my energy is a little bit lower and my cheeks seem a little bit flush, it is my body's response to a difficult day. I do apologize. I did struggle to even go live today. I spent most of my time after work in a hot shower just trying to warm my bones back up. So I took a hot shower, warmed up, ate some food, threw a really warm sweater on, and now I'm here. Top effort for keeping it up. Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Incidentally, there is a few messages that will be showing up in chat. I am also pushing to get monetized on the YouTube side. So if you guys haven't already, I would very much appreciate you guys checking out the old YouTube channel, !YT in the chat for the link. Thank you for the biddies, Eternal.
100 flushed cheeks, Eterna 418 chiefed work.
Text-to-speech is a mistake sometimes. Big ol' mistake. But if you guys do head over to the red side, I do very much appreciate the support. I do multi-stream, so the support on that side, it does directly impact the channel in a positive way. So thank you, thank you, thank you. 8 subs until 300 subscribers. Yep. Very, very close. A like, a comment, a subscribe on a video is really, really huge, guys. So again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm bringing it up too much, but I do want to bring it up as much as possible because I see that I have quite a few followers on Twitch, more than enough to hit the sub goal for YouTube. So I do like to just bring it up to remind people that I exist outside of Twitch. Necro, welcome in. I hope you're having a great day, my friend. Great day indeed. Okay, now, I'm very interested in this question of the day, and I do see some answers. So I want to get to that as soon as possible. I do have some other items to bring up, but I want to hit the question of the day because this was inspired by Malthus in the community. The question of the day is, games cannot be experienced in a vacuum. So, can they truly be considered an escape from reality? Sell yourself, Martin. Humility has its time and place. I understand that, but, you know, we have new people coming into the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat as well, so I just want to make sure that I'm not being a broken record, right? So I'm going to scroll back because I believe Cam might have been the first answer to the question of the day, and I'm very interested in the answers. Here we are. Anytime you are not facing your responsibilities and obligations, it is an escape from reality, whether it is sitting in a park bench, feeding ducks, playing video games, reading books, or just dancing with your friends at the club. Thank you for repping on the red side, Jack. Thank you very much, my friend. Need to head to bed, mate? It has been a long day. Thanks for the welcome. Have a wonderful stream. Can't wait for Halo later this week. The feeling is mutual, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the support, guys. And I'm speaking specifically to my people right now. Eternal's community has welcomed me with open arms. Eternal is a great, great human being, and I would really appreciate it if you clicked on that name in chat and sent a follow his way if you have not already. Sending him love, that's sending me some love, and I would hope if you are in this chat that you would be interested in sending me some love. Koala's answer to the question of the day: yes. Games go further than reality. Reality has so many more variables. Muffin's answer to the question of the day: I'm gonna go with yes. They allow you to play out things that you probably would never do or be able to do in real life. Oh, do I need to give you a chat function, Audie? Do I need to give you a walk-on when you do exclamation point pee pee poo poo? Dev's answer to the question of the day: escape from real life, yes. Escape from reality? No. I would be interested in your expounding upon that, Dev. Razman's answer to the question of the day: I suppose that depends on how good of a fit the player and the game are. If the game keeps kicking you out due to the storyline and or the world being beyond what the player is able to digest, I've certainly been sucked into many, many game worlds that fit my personal preference, and they do give me a much-needed respite from the troubles of the world. Dragon's answer to the question of the day: I think I'm finally catching up with chat. I mean, it's escaping from real life, but I wouldn't say it's escaping from reality. You are not the first to make that distinction. I would be interested in what you mean. I'd be interested in what you mean by that. Video games give you an insight and perhaps something that you've never experienced or will never get to experience, but you still might have some sort of duty or something to fulfill. Audibel, I'm assuming, is answering the question of the day. Games are an escape from reality because I don't have to pay taxes, and if I don't have to pay taxes, and if I do have to pay taxes, if I choose not to pay taxes and go to jail, I can just turn the game off. Fair enough, fair enough. I expound nothing. I'm a walking enigma. You are, Dev, you are. Alright, so if you guys are interested, my answer to the question of the day is that... Now, I don't think that I make the same distinction that a lot of you are making. Real life is reality. Fundamentally, it is reality, and games and other things cannot be enjoyed in a vacuum. If I have not paid my taxes in 5 years, reading a book is not going to make me forget the stress of having 5 years of back taxes. Now, that is just an extreme example of what I'm trying to say here. If you have strife in your romantic relationships, if you are arguing with your parents at a given time, a video game is not going to... If you're allowed to load a save state, you are not participating in reality in my mind. Pay your taxes. Yeah, I agree, Zeets, I agree. Pay your taxes. Pay your taxes. Obey the law. You are not participating in something that indulges in reality. I agree. It is a fantasy, right? A video game, any form of media, a movie, a book, music even, is a way to insert yourself in an experience that disregards reality and does not obey the laws of reality. It's a fantasy, ultimately. But the reason that Daniel said, of course, it is the story is always going to have a level of detachment, even if you're using the context from your real life to experience it. I think he's right. Okay, so I want to be very, very clear that I'm not disagreeing with everyone when I say the things that I am saying. I am merely fleshing out an idea.
Hello there.
Hello there, Avalon, welcome in, my friend. So, this is the thing, right? I am a very sentimental guy, and I am very prone to flights of fancy. I do not consider myself someone who is exempt from the enjoyment of fantasy. Obviously, I stream, I play video games, I enjoy these things, but video games are a part of our lived experience. They are a part of our IRL experience, and the games that we play, they are an extension of this experience that happens to be fanciful. Now, my focus with this question of the day is the idea that there is a need to escape reality. There's a need for leisure. So, when I say that video games cannot be experienced in a vacuum, that they are not necessarily an escape from that reality, I do still think that video games play an important role, and that escapism, while it does not provide a literal escape, it is a way for us to process things. There is a degree of detachment that we achieve under the right circumstance. So, my example for this is if the stress in real life is extreme enough, if the stress of real life is extreme enough, you will find yourself not even in the mood to play a video game, not even in the mood to read a book. So if it is truly an escape, if it truly just unplugs you and injects you into fantasy, then you would do it every time. You would do it every time. Anything to escape that feeling, right? But video games and all media, frankly, they don't necessarily achieve that to that extent. But they're still very important in helping us process things. They are very important in helping us process these things. So I'm just going to use the relational example because this is something that a lot of us can find agreement and camaraderie in, I feel. So, say for example, I had a relationship end, and I was not able to achieve any form of closure. At least no form of closure that satisfied me. As I play this game, say Dragon Age Origins, say Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of these character-driven RPGs are quite good at this. I think that I can process some emotions that I perhaps was not permitted to process in my lived experience through the experience of games. I think games have utility to this extent. Our bodies need sleep. Playing games can be a kind of sleep for our minds. I like that. I do like that. An escape from reality is a turn of phrase anyway, and not meant to be taken literally, aka, no taxes equals escape from reality. Counterpoint, a coma would take you away from reality and stress, but you'd not usually ask for that either. But you're not choosing it doesn't stop it from being something. I do like that. I do like that. If a player's character plays a game within their own world of the game, then who's really playing whom? Okay, now we're just getting into Inception territory. Feeling Shred on YouTube. Yes, I've noticed video games have therapeutic value after 10 years away from... Ooh, you haven't played a game in 10 years. 10 years. Sleep for the mind. Yes. Yes. You're right, but you have to consider that when you're under that high level of stress, your brain is telling you that it is impossible to ignore or escape it. The circumstances causing it are urgent enough to need to be resolved immediately. Unavoidable. That is what your brain is saying. That is what your brain is saying. But, again, for the relational example, is it the end of the world? It's the end of the world for you, which I guess is all that matters at the end of the day. So, again, the reason that I asked this question of the day is the idea of games as therapy. Games as a way to... Well, books, my brain does decide what I'm capable of. Yes, absolutely. I'm playing devil's advocate right now, if you can't tell. So, I like this idea, and this is why I haven't necessarily agreed or disagreed with your stances. There are... Much of what you have said is 100% valid, 100% true. It's interesting to me that in these conversations that we each bring something important. That's why I love having these conversations, because as much as I feel my mind is made up, as much as I feel that I have achieved a stance that I'm happy with and will always be happy with, I always find this. When I make it a question of the day, everybody brings up something that I had failed to consider. So, again, this is me exploring the idea that games and media can be therapy. Question of the day continuation. That's because you're intellect... How did you know? Question of the day continuation. I tend to live inside my heart almost to a chronic degree, and since I tend to have a very strong natural preference to a form of visual thinking, I am the same, I find that an interactive form of media like a video game work hand in hand with my brain. I'd say I have the ability to actually be transferred to a game that feels just right. Play video games in -30 weather does not warm you up. And do you forget about the cold? That hits close to home. That was too much. That was too much. I was so cold today. So cold. Books. Can we separate multiplayer games and non-multiplayer games? Because that is a huge factor, I would say. I'm going to speak personally right now, and I'm going to say, keeping in mind the games as therapy idea, I don't think that it is necessarily. Luna, I saw that you watched 35 streams. I'm about to read your question of the day. Just give me a moment. I'm fleshing out a thought. You don't need to get your knife out. It's okay. I see you. So, keeping in mind that of games as therapy, I need a different kind of therapy from you. You need a different kind of therapy from me. So, for some of us, we need single-player experiences. We need to process our emotions in isolation. But then, some of us need community. And when I say need community, I mean some people have that one form of community, and that is it. Some people live in massive multiplayer online experiences, and that is their social life. I knew many people that said World of Warcraft saved them from isolation. When they were isolating themselves in the early 2000s, they had WoW, they played the Frozen Throne DLC, and they enjoyed those experiences. So this is the interesting thing about the question, Avalon. This is the interesting thing about the question. And I word my questions very carefully. I am deliberately flagrant in the wording of my questions so that I can elicit things from you guys. I want strong responses. I want you guys to talk about how you feel about this subject matter, right? So if you don't feel it's escaping from reality, that is par for the course. That is fine. That's your opinion, right? We're discussing how we feel in these regards. Also, hello friends. Sorry I didn't say that before. My brain is kind of over. It's all good, Luna. Speaking of question of the day, I did tell Luna I would answer, and I'm kind of afraid she'll stab me right now. Question of the day. No, lots of games work because they are relatable, and that relatability comes from a parallel with the real world. If you connect with a thing that reminds you of the real world, you really can't escape into them. And I think fundamentally, you know, the idea of an escape from these ideas that we generate around these themes, they're interesting to me in the sense that really we're arguing semantics at the end of the day, which is enjoyable for intellectuals like me. But do we literally escape? No, we don't. But do we figuratively escape? Yes, we do. That is why we can process things from IRL. But the question of the day is focused on the fact that these things are inexorably linked. They are bound. If I need therapy, if I need this just segregated experience from the troubles of everyday life, I go to a book, I go to a video game, I go to music, I go to these things that can grant me a separation. But again, I focus on the literal meaning of escape, and as many of you have kind of alluded to, right? That's literally not the case, but is figuratively so. I find that MMOs certainly give the social aspect of a game world, but hardly the freedom that I wish for. Games like Valheim and Space Engineers tend to give me that. So, I look at MMOs this way. When I see people playing MMOs and I ask them, what is it about this game that you enjoy? Very few people actually mention the game. Very few people actually mention the mechanics being enjoyable, the graphics, the story, all this different thing. What people who play a lot of MMORPGs tend to mention, and even outside of RPGs, shooters. I was just playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer with Jet, and almost always they mentioned the social aspect. Why did people play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 so much? They did it because of the social experience. They didn't do it because Call of Duty was the best shooter that is and ever was. There were plenty of other games out there, but your friends were playing that one. There are plenty of other MMORPGs out there, but your friends were playing World of Warcraft. It's about the social link. That is why MMOs became so popular. It's essentially an interactive chat room, right? It's a chat room where you have a game attached to it. I feel like people who think games can't be an escape from reality have never truly needed an escape in the way that I would define it. You try to escape reality when there's nothing in reality to stay for. Not for no reason. If you are escaping reality through a game, that game is going to be nearly all-consuming of you for a time. I think an escape from reality is commonly conflated with a distraction. We need to define what an escape from reality means in this context to answer the question. I didn't get much social interaction outside of school. I had friends, but not many who would come hang out after school, and the ones who did, I ended up falling out of contact with. I have a future question of the day. Do the games you play change your personality or just reflect it? I like it. Long-lasting MMOs certainly will have a time and preference version for most people. The problem is upkeeping all those variants of the same game. Yes. Books, in terms of escaping reality, I would see it as, what if I was this and that, or what would happen if I was this and that? I'm not certain what you mean. Escaping from reality, I would see it as, what if I was this and that, or what would happen? Considering how often I start daydreaming about other worlds when my mental health goes to shit, I can vouch for the first half of this, and by extension, my daydreaming is more grounded in this reality when my mental health is better. So, okay, to be clear, and Audie is right, we need to define terms. So, what Audie has defined is the figurative escape, right? So, this is something I talked about with pretty much every psychology professor I ever had, right? What is reality? Fundamentally, what is reality? Reality is your lived experience. Fundamentally, that is all that matters. right? What are you experiencing of the world? That is your reality. And my reality, what I'm experiencing, my lived experience, is going to be fundamentally different and similar, sometimes, than other people. Now, does that mean there is no objective reality that occurs around me? Sure, but my perception of that thing is all that I care about. So what is it that matters here? So Audie is very right. The figurative escape is a fundamental, literal escape if I deem it so. If I say, this is an escape for me, then guess what? It is. It is an escape for me. And books, what I meant was, is mental diversion from unpleasant aspects of daily life, typically through activities involving imagination and... I'm always right because I'm an intellectual. Yeah, I've used plenty of things as an escape, and it's not pretending real life isn't real. You know what? Yeah. And this is why I said that, you know, so defining terms, right? So my definition of the terms is that there's a differentiation, right? You have the literal escape and you have the figurative escape, but that figurative escape is quite literal for you as an individual. That's all good, Luna. That's all good. Take care. Alright, now I have been yapping with you guys for the better part of 40 minutes, so let's bounce over to the game. I'm gonna have some water first, though. Because I've been talking so much. And by the way, this question of the day was inspired by a chatter. So if you guys have this, in a similar way that Koala Blue had, if you guys have an idea for a future question of the day, please pipe up in chat. I'm more than happy to hear these questions. All right, now. This question of the day was doomed from the start, I fear. How do you mean? I feel like we've had a fairly stimulating conversation. Now, has it succumbed to circular thinking? Perhaps, but I think that when you argue something to an intense enough extent, then you will eventually end up in a circular thinking kind of situation. I do not know what ENTP means. I must say this place brings me much joy, and no, I won't elaborate on that. I don't think I need you to. Thank you so much. Honey Bear, thank you so much for checking in. Hope you're having a good day. No, I think it was a good convo, but it begs a different question, I mean. See, oh, okay, so you changed your name as well. Okay, so we have Koala Blue, and now we have Honey Bear. Okay. So, Audie, you might agree with me on this. I'm interested. I feel... Okay, you've already answered. All the best questions do beg another, but those questions are also least likely to be answered. And that's... I think you're the same. I love that shit. Because... While most of chat, most people, when that other question is begged, they might just decide to check out of the conversation because, okay, no, this is no longer, you know, satisfying for me to engage with. But then there's people like you and I, who will continue the conversation until we pass out. I'm ahead of you. I'm an intellectual, remember. I don't know about ahead of me. Ahead of me.
Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game?
I just started. I feel every time I'm in chat, I'm the one who begs, and then we stalemate. Well, I do have to eventually play the game, unfortunately. So, okay. If you would like to... So, just for the sake of conversation, then... Shoot. Now, you've probably already done so, but just for the sake of me... What, in your mind, is the follow-up to the question of the day? Podcast when? Whenever you set it up, girl. I'm down. Oh, thank God. I had enough mana. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Ooh, new boots. We do have chainmail. Guys, now this isn't a everything's a contest. No, literally, everything's a contest when Audie is concerned. She must win. She must. If Audie does not win, it will go on forever. Oh, hello. Oh, God. Quinn is upstairs right now. Oh, shit. I do not have... Come on, I need magic energy, damn it. There. Now, do we have any... I've never seen you in, like, a genuine loss, so... I don't care if we disagree, as long as you understand my argument fully. And that is where... So, what Audie just said there is one of the biggest reasons she and I were, like, immediate friends. Immediate friends, because... There are certain situations where I have an entrenched argument, and she has an entrenched argument, and you have an entrenched argument, and we will simply never agree. But if we understand where the other is coming from, then that has been a successful conversation. If I understand your perspective, that is essential. That is fundamentally why we debate. That is why we argue. Now, a victorious debate is, I've convinced you to adopt my argument, but in real life, this very seldom happens. So what is the purpose of argumentation in real life, outside of competitive debate? It is to achieve understanding of the other person's perspective. So when I say someone is arguing with me in bad faith, it is someone who is arguing with me without the intention of understanding my intention. That is an argument in bad faith. They are simply trying to win. And they might never do so. So that, fundamentally, is just a bad faith argument on their part. Because they're not playing by the same rules as you are. Okay, we do have... If you're debating to win anyway, you should never expect to change the mind in the moment. You leave the conversation hoping you have sparked future reflection. And this is almost always the case. This is almost always the case. I wouldn't even call it arguing, Dev. It's essentially just... It always degenerates into name-calling, right? It's just yelling. And you're right, it is gross. It feels you feeling yucky after the conversation is over. And no conversation should make you feel disgusting. No conversation should make you feel icky after it is over. Well, that's a lie. Some hard conversations will ultimately leave you feeling drained. But there is, like Audie said, there's going to be a moment of reflection after those conversations, and that is ultimately what is important. Yeah, I'll grab some gloves. I think I do need some gloves. I'm going to eat dinner really fast, Books, and let you finally transition into game. Yeah, I have to finish Pellandrian's romance quest, because I was really enjoying doing the voice acting for that. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I have this insane amount of imposter syndrome when it comes to my claim that I do voiceover. And I almost never feel worthy of the claim. I almost always have this latent feeling that I don't do a good enough job at what I claim to do to say that. And the Siege of Avalon stream, where I voiced the story of Pellandrian and Lauren, I felt like for the first time in my entire streaming career, which is fitting because it was my 1-year anniversary, I finally did a performance that I felt was worthy of remembrance, worthy of being listened to. Now, you guys will ultimately disagree. You're in chat right now, and you watch me. Many of you watch me every stream. Luna and Dragon have 35 stream streaks. I think the dev has 25. And Audie, I know, watches my stream pretty religiously. I know that Jerkops is here all the time. So my point is, a lot of you like the stream, and a lot of you like the voiceover aspect of the stream. So you will think my previous sentence is not necessarily correct, but for my perception and my lived experience, I'm a perfectionist, and I'm almost never happy with my performance and such. So it felt really good to finally feel good. We're going... This person I don't think can shoot me from here. There, perfect. Do a quick save here. Okay, now I think I'm going to be able to get the drop on him nicely. Perfect. These archers were kind of the scariest enemies in this area, because I'm very squishy. Very squishy indeed. Ooh. Okay, so more rings. Now, I need to make sure, because there's a very specific item I'm looking for. Very specific item. And I need to make sure that I can acquire it, and that is going to require me fighting the correct enemies in these areas. Now, I believe... I hope I'm not incorrect. Okay, so there's 1, there's 3. I'm going to need the hold spell for this next bit, and I'm definitely going to need quite a bit of mana. So I'm going to recharge for a little bit. 7 months, 7 months, Avalon. And yes, everyone, there is a follow age command, if you're interested. I'm new here. That stream was very good and very enjoyable. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate all the support and the grace and the kind words that each and every one of you give me each and every stream. These are the things that keep me going, right? Maybe I'm not the best voice actor right now. Maybe I'm not. I know I'm not. But your support and your interest in my voice acting, because ultimately this is, I want to do voiceover. That's one of the intentions of the stream. So you guys inspiring me to do it better, that's so important. That makes me a better presenter and makes me a better voice actor. Which honestly, considering my joke of an attention span, is practically a gold star sticker worthy. Well, and Dev, something that I'm very thankful for is, you know, many people come to the channel for a very specific game that I played, right? So I met Dev through Daggerfall, I met Kezi through Fable, I met Dragon through Morrowind, I met Jet through Morrowind, I met, Sienna. I met Sienna through Skyrim, the Dagothar follower mod. I meet so many people through specific games, and when I know that I've had an impact on that person is when I'm not playing that game and they're in the stream anyways. When they get to the point where they don't give a shit what I'm playing, they give a shit that I'm streaming. And that is the part that I am far and away the most grateful for. I'm so grateful for the support, even if I'm not playing something that you necessarily enjoy. That's super, super... It touches me, it does. Okay, now this is going to be a hard fight, guys, so I am going to lock in. I'm gonna try and bait these enemies. Not an Elder Scrolls fan, but still showing up. Well, and again, right? You don't have to be. I don't ask anyone to be a fan of games that I'm a fan of. I'm just a fan of those games, and for me to authentically present, I'm going to present things that I have passion for. Is there no mage here? Oh, I'm trying to remember where to get the sapphire ring. No, I believe this is the entire area. I remember you once sincerely asking me what would happen when Daggerfall ends. Look, it's a thought, right? This is something that many streamers will not talk about, many content creators will not talk about, but it is so real, and it is a part of the fiber of their very being. And that is the fear of what happens when I end a particular playthrough, what happens when I end a particular video series, what happens when I stop talking about the things that you like and I start talking about things that maybe you dislike. Am I still going to have your support? Am I still going to be relevant in the eyes of people? Because as a content creator in the attention economy, because that is what we live in right now, we have an attention-based economy. That's one of the scariest things, is losing people's attention. Now, this is something that I've had fear of in the past, but I find myself, and this is in large part due to the ardent support of my community, you guys are assuaging that fear. You guys are making it so that I don't feel scared anymore. I am just, you know what? I probably will never become a full-time content creator. That's probably never going to happen. But you know what I did accomplish? I gathered a really amazing community to this channel, and we have really great conversations, and we enjoy really, really great games, and I am inspired each and every stream. I have this just profound feeling of inspiration when I stream to you guys. And it's important that you know that. It's important that you know, I don't necessarily know if I've had an impact on any of your lives, but it's important that you know that you've had an impact on mine, because all I can do is speak to that. That is all I can do. Well, there's no music playing, Avalon, so I don't know what you want me to do about it. Okay, I can get rid of these. Put this here. Okay, that is good, good. Well, congratulations, you're stuck with me now. And might I say, the sword and shield looks very good on you. I appreciate you guys, like, you have no idea. The fact that I have a small classroom of people watching me at any given time is something that I was really only able to dream of. So, many of you people are streamers, so you can relate to this. Many of you have been or still are at the point where you're streaming and struggling to get 3 average viewers. 3 average. That is the biggest hurdle that you will ever face as a streamer. And I'm confident in my saying that. The difficulty of getting over that particular hump is insane. And the fact that I didn't just get over that, I kind of ascended far past it, and I did so playing games like Siege of Avalon and Daggerfall, games that, frankly speaking, guys, they don't have much of a following on Twitch. That is something I'm eternally grateful for, and I do have to be reminded of my progress sometimes. I was just speaking. Many of you will know who I am talking about when I talk about Barry Epps, Content Delta. And when I was speaking to him, he coaches me. And when I was speaking to him about kind of this dysphoria that I experience, he shows me cold, hard numbers. He said the only way to shut that voice up is with evidence. The only way to quiet the voice of discontent is with performance. It is with evidence. And he shows me, because I'm like, well, the evidence isn't there. Like, I'm not good. I'm not a good streamer. And he said, then why do you have an average viewer base of 30 people? Why? Why are they watching? If you're a bad streamer, why are they watching? And I can't refute that without deprecating myself, and that is, you know, that's evidence enough that I don't really have a good leg to stand on. Hey man, I came to the Dunmer Titties and I stayed for the friends I made along the way, and we are so glad you did, Dragon. And when I say that you guys inspire me, like, you guys are messaging me, you are giving you are giving me ideas. You're giving me so many content ideas. You're not just supporting the stream, you're supporting my life. You, like, quite literally, you guys subscribe to the channel, you support the channel with your dollars. The room is what it is today because I got support from the community. And numbers don't lie. By the way, Avalon, I never asked. You commented on a few YouTube videos and then you started appearing in the stream. What was the initial discovery? Because it sounds like you were on SOA Migos. Hi.
Is there any way to change the garage door setting?
What do you...
Delay
What delay?
from opening it to closing it?
Not that I know of. There might be, but I'll have to research, like, a lot in the owner's manual. There's not when you use the actual button. Like, inside the garage, there's no delay. It's just the remote. Did the door open okay? Because last time it actually, like, stalled.
Did it? No, it's
Yeah.
been fine for me.
Okay.
Maybe the last 2 days.
Hello, Toby. Hello, Papa.
I can bite apples and corn now. It's been 12 years. I have to go back Wednesday to pick up.
Yeah, it was a random YouTube recommendation. I wasn't aware of your live stream at that time, so after a few videos I realized you were streaming. I've also done... It might be worth showing you guys, actually. I've also consolidated a lot of my thumbnails and stuff. So, I did mention this in the past, but it wasn't really obvious that the stream was in fact like a series of videos. So what I've started doing for... No, I don't want to watch them. I want to go to the playlist. So, okay, this gets the point across, though. As you can see... Now, how do I go back? So, as you guys can see, I've started doing, like, actual thumbnails for the streams. So that it's a little more obvious that it's a series of videos and stuff. Can you put the Skyrim streams into a playlist? I did. I just haven't changed the... Oh wait, maybe I didn't. Maybe I did not. You are right, Dragon. I'm going to have to do that. I will have to do that. Thank you. I'll close that up. But... to Avalon's point, it's not always obvious that I'm a streamer, and it's not always obvious that live streaming is a large part of what I do, so I'm just trying to make things a little bit more streamlined in terms of the thumbnails and stuff. Well, soldier, any luck? That depends. Would this be what you're looking for? I knew it! I bloody well knew it! Was it hard to find? Never mind. I don't care. How much was there? I didn't spend long pawing through the rubble, but I'd think 30, perhaps 40. 40! I was hoping for more. We can still use it, though. Every scrap we can use. Now I've got to get ready. Now I've got to ready the forge and start the... Freeman. My sword? What? Your sword? What are you babbling about? I've got things to do now. Run along.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Conan, welcome in.
Fire and war.
Conan raid. We desire all of the Lord.
Come, Nerevar. Come and look upon the heart. Look upon the heart.
Welcome in, Conan.
Lay down
Welcome
your
in,
weapons.
Raiders.
It is not too late for my mercy.
I'm going to take an opportunity to drink some water, and then we're going to give you guys a proper review.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Benabar.
Jerkovs, welcome in.
I'm a god.
Welcome in.
I'm a god.
Playing some Avowed. Playing some Avowed. Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming. And the voice of those games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in stream, live, to make these games a little bit more interesting, because a lot of them have little to no voice acting. And I want to change the presentation of these games for you all to see it live. Siege of Avalon is going very well, Conan. Thank you very much. I missed streaming this immensely. I missed streaming this game so much. I love this game. Love it. I hope Avowed is going well. I did not gel with that game. I'm not going to lie. There are aspects of it that I enjoyed. In particular, the Pillars of Eternity universe is something that I enjoy. But ultimately, I didn't appreciate the storytelling all that much. I'm not going to lie. Okay, I am all caught up with chat. Okay, so Raiders, tell me everything. If you have to raid and run, no hard feelings, guys. But if you're sticking around, let me know. Let me know how you're feeling. I'm going to hop back into the game because we've been promised a fine sword. You promised me a sword, and a fine one too. A fine sword. Right. Tell you what, it's around here somewhere. Go, talk to Penrith. He's out in the Outer Bailey somewhere, looking all dashing and noble in his shiny armor. Tell him where you found the steel, and then get him to start sending a few people to bring it back here. By the time you're done, I should have found your sword. Very well, Freeman. I shall return shortly. That's fair, though. It has been a good hot minute since we've had a deep storytelling from Pillars 1 and 2. I do like what Avowed brings, but it is by far a spin-off rather than a mainline game. And I think that is ultimately what disappointed me, because I really liked Pillars of Eternity. It kind of scratched the CRPG itch, and if you can't tell, I really enjoy a CRPG. So, it's nice when I can get, like, a first-person, more action-oriented experience, but still getting that story, and Avowed didn't do that. Alright, Penrith. I count your brother among my closest friends, and I would insist on joining you in your search if duty allowed, but there is more at stake here than duty. Has to come first. I hope you understand. I know your brother would. I understand, sir, but there is another matter that requires your attention. You see, sir, a cache of steel has been located in the village and... Steel, you say? It was Freeman the blacksmith who filled your ears with that tale, wasn't it? Well, yes, sir. When I was out in the village, I simply kept my eyes open and stumbled across the steel. Stumbled across. Amazing. I would have sworn the blacksmith was a bit touched in the head to be forever spouting that story, but I guess he was right all along. Well done. Yes, sir. He asked me to ask you to send a few men to get the rest of the steel. I can tell you exactly where to find it. Well, lad, I'd dearly love to. Steel is more precious than gold these days, but the village just isn't friendly. One man, such as yourself, may be able to sneak around, but not a whole group. The area would need to be secure before I'd risk any more men. I understand, sir. However, I've already cleared out all the shahul in the area. Excellent. I'll start sending my men out immediately if that is the case. The proper weaponry we could make with that steel will save lives once the time for battle comes. Well done, lad. The spirits are truly with you. I thank you, sir, but it was just a part of my duty. I am hopeful of Tim Kaine returning with Obsidian, maybe opening that door to a future Pillars 3, but alas, time will tell. See, you guys might disagree with me on this, but I don't think that the director seat or even the head writer seat, any of these kind of prestigious positions in studios, I don't think they have the effect that all of you think they do. For example, when I heard that a Knights of the Old Republic successor was coming, I wasn't necessarily compelled. Now, I was compelled in the sense that, yay, I'm getting more Star Wars, but I wasn't compelled by the fact that someone who worked on Knights of the Old Republic was returning. And there's a very specific reason for that. I talk to a lot of game developers now, as a result of me becoming a streamer. Now, I myself am not a game developer, so I rely on the learned opinions of people that are actually in the industry in order to inform my opinions. And a lot of these game developers cite the fact that there is so much rigmarole and minutia that holds up these projects that even if the director and the creative director at that have these very clear intentions and clear visions, the machinations of the dev studio don't always permit that clarity to sing through in the final product. So, of course, this is all hyperbolic at this point. I think that I am ultimately looking forward to products like more Old Republic content, but ultimately, I'm wary. I'm hopeful, but I am wary. Okay. Now, I wonder why I'm not getting much music right now. That is something that is very confuzzling to me. Right, now we do have to go back to Muddum. No, I've always complained about this. Avalon, this is not new to me. You can go back in the VODs. I have always been irritated by this aspect of the game. But now we'll get some good music. Is music looping on? It is. But the music loop of this game, it functions in a strange manner. I can't remember exactly how. Sep is normally the one to talk about that, but there are some issues. And it's got to do with the code, I believe. Interesting. Okay, well, let's save our game. I can't remember. I might have to visit the church first. I'll need to confirm that. I'm going to head down. Yeah, it's simply this area, like when you're out in the woods and the like. I don't think there is actually a music loop. There might be in later chapters, but in chapter 1 and 2, I don't believe there is one. Yeah, so we have to discover the boulder that's in the way, which we can do. Yeah, okay, there we go. So that's done. And then I don't think there's going to be a major problem with me going to the church. I might just do a divergent save at that point. Yeah, that's village 1. Now we've got 2. Okay, I am full mana, so I think I should be able to safely go to the area. Also a fair point as well, without going into details with my sibling in the game Oh shit. Goddamn Vorworm! Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my shit chat. There we go. Just use all my mana. Great. Great! Fair point as well, without going into details with my sibling in the game dev side of things. He's indie, okay? It is, as you stated, a lot of the fickleness that the industry has. Sadly, while I am hopeful about the future Pillars 3, there is that thought that it won't be as expected, or let alone created, even with notable figures. Then, the little influence to pull said sequel out of... Yeah. He just didn't want... He wanted to interrupt. So, it's actually called a Vorworm. A Vorworm. V-O-R-E. I'm not sure how they got the name. I think it was... I don't know if it was a translation. I believe the original game was actually English, so... I don't think it has anything to do with translation, but... But yeah, there's many, many of them out here. So I do need to make sure that I have a full complement of mana before I go in there. That's going to be very, very important. And then... I'm trying to remember where you get... Oh, I think... Okay, I think I do have to go to the church. Yeah, this closes a bunch of other quests. Because Muddum needs the report from the church, and then I believe the shaman in the caves, in the tunnel, I believe he is the one that holds the sapphire ring that I'm looking for as well. So I think both of these aspects are required to complete the chapter. Yes, he does have scrolls as well. And actually, okay, you've just reminded me of something, chat. Oh, shit. Alright, let's see if we can beat it to death. There we go. Okay. You just reminded me. I do have to speak to the monks. There's many quests that I haven't picked up yet, actually. You just reminded me of that fact. Yes, the Southgate traders are linked to the church, though. This is something about this game that I need to continually remind myself of as I've, you know, played some modern games and kind of lost this tendency. I'm getting better at it now, but when you play a lot of older games, you end up in this mindset where the game is going to spoon feed you all of the data that you require to move forward in the quest line. But games like Siege of Avalon, even though not every NPC has information for you, you do if you want quests, you have to be talking. You have to be talking. Welcome to the chapel, my son. Have you come to offer prayers? Actually, I'm new here. I wish to meet some of the residents of the keep. Where are you from? I came here with the Tabalanders many years ago. I chose not to become involved in their civil war, though. I feel I was needed here for my spiritual guidance for the healers who serve the chapel. I'm sure the soldiers are glad to have you among us. All seeking spiritual fulfillment come here. The other monks and I offer salvation and healing. Healing? Yes. We were all trained in the healing arts. Brother Crosby is an exceptional healer. Were I seeking healing, I would go to him. Thank you, Friar, and good day. Okay, so he's not going to give us the quest just yet. Okay, that's Brother Mo. I'm glad you stopped by. I've a problem that ye may be able to solve. Anything, brother. Avalon's healers are critical to our survival. Thank you very much. Ye truly are a gift. By the way, I'm Brother Mo. I apologize for nae introducing myself properly, but there is precious little time to waste. Listen, there's fever running about the infirmary, and 'tis spreading quickly. Were we nae low on medical supplies, we could ease everyone's suffering with an easily brewed tea. You see our dilemma. Supplies are low everywhere, and the infirmary is nae exception. I understand, brother. What kind of supplies do you need? We've run out of a specific herb. I thought we had more, but it seems we've almost run out, much sooner than I anticipated. I know the influx of wounded has nae been small, but even so, 'tis almost as if someone... But that couldn't be. This is Avalon. Put simply, lad, we need more. There is an orchard in the village, which the monks took to using to grow herbs. We need... They'll no longer be in the rows, but the herb will still be there. But again, you see a problem. The infirmary nae can afford monks to wander about going the business of soldiers. Would ye have Muddam the Scout to treat your wounds? No, you'd surely not. No, Captain Avarice. That's our job. We all do what we can. That we do, brother. How will I know which herb it is you need? 'Tis a more hardy weed than fragile flower, so I dare say it will be running rampant over the orchards by now. You will need to know the plant by its red petals, lush green leaves, brown bulbous fruit, and dank musty smell. What I need from ye is a fruit of the plant. The more, the better. I shall remember your request and fulfill it when I am able. Thank you so much, my child. I would be ever so grateful. I will return, brother. Brother Curly. There's Brother K. Let's speak to Brother K. One of these guys has a quest for us. You don't look injured. What can I do for you? I'm new here. I was just looking around. Have you heard any rumors? One of the wounded was muttering in his sleep about deserters. You wouldn't know anything about this, would you? This is the first I've heard of it. Well, I suppose I'll have to make sure Sir Roth finds out. Good day. Well, welcome to the chapel. We're in the business of saving lives and souls here. If you ever in need of either service, we'd be happy to help. That's good to know. Thank you. I think Brother Crosby's in here. Hello. Is there something I can do for you? Have you heard any rumors? Food is scarce. If something doesn't happen soon, there will be nothing to feed the hungry patients. Things will change soon, Brother Crosby, rest assured. Greetings, sir. How may I assist you? I was just hunting for rumors. Have you heard any? A friend tells me that the south gate almost fell last night. I would keep away from there if I were you. Unless, of course, you wish to be impaled on an owl spear. I doubt the south gate could be breached, but I'm no coward. If there's a fight, I will be in the thick of it. Duty demands no less. As you say, sir, I will pray for your safety. Thank you for your concern, brother. Good day. Alright, let's see. Okay, we got all that. We have got all that. Okay, so we do not have the Chalice quest, but we have spoken and we got the Herbs quest. So accomplishing that might give us some headway. And that is fairly easy to accomplish. It's literally right in Village 1. There will be some Mirelurks to slay, but they should be fairly easy with the Fireball spell. And I'm not super poor with the dagger right now. Yeah, this should be the orchard right here. Okay, we'll just lure them in. Whoop, that was close. That was very close. Okay, we're not taking them down in one hit. That's okay. So we can take them down in a couple. Oh, that was almost gnarly. Okay, let's save our game. I'm okay with leaving a little bit of experience on the table. So we'll pop back in, we'll turn in the fruit of the weed, and then that should be it. I do have to wonder. It's good to see you again, lad. Have ye the fruit I requested? Yes, brother. Use them well. Thank ye, sweet spirits, and ye as well, sir. This will save nearly the entire infirmary. Ah, lad. I'd swear you'd been touched by the spirits themselves, and I've no doubt you'll be pulling us all out of the fire in the near future. I'm glad to be of service, Brother Mo. Farewell. A moment more, lad. I've heard of the loss of your brother, and I'd like you to know that my prayers go with ye. However, the time grows long, and he has been missing. I've nae doubt that though he be alive, he is gravely wounded. A healthy Corvus would have made his way back to us long since. Untreated wounds may spawn infection, and infection spawns fever. Like many of the soldiers here, the fever may threaten his life long before anything else allows death to claim him. Heal does nothing against fever. Take a piece of the herb back, lad. When ye find him, and I've no doubt ye will, feed it to him. 'Tis vile, I'll grant, but it'll knock any fever down long enough for ye to get him back to us for proper care. Thank you, brother, for your knowledge and your kindness. I wish you well. I do apologize, guys. I don't do a good Scottish or Irish accent. I am trying my best, but I do understand that I do understand that it's terrible. Okay, nothing new. Nothing new. It seems that everyone in Avalon needs assistance during these dark times. The monks, our valued caregivers, have been running low on an herb necessary for the treatment of a fever spreading through the infirmary. There's only so much the heal spell can do, so I agreed to stop by the orchard during my searching of the village and retrieve this herb. Upon arriving here, I found no shahol waiting here. However, I found no shahol waiting to soak the soil with my blood, but some bizarre new kind of scavenger I've never seen, but which must be the Merkswag. I have overheard are rumored to inhabit this area. These animals moved with incredible speed through the tall grass and seemed to hunt in packs, but I managed to defeat them, and I have the herb the monks need. As they say, everyone has their part to play in this war effort. Also, how's the music, guys? Is the music loud enough? I've noticed in a couple of the VODs, I didn't quite have the music loud enough. So I just want to be sure. Obviously, when I'm speaking, the music is, it's filtered to duck to my microphone audio, but... There. That is the last Merkswag. And now let's go back to the church. I'm sitting too casually. I was in the way of the keyboard. Alright, so yeah, let's get through the church. So I'll have to recover some mana. And then... we'll see if we get any more war worms. I think there's 3 or 4, and we've killed 2. So, what do I want to do? I could just slay them all right now. Oh, I think I'm strong enough to defeat them right now. I do think I'm strong enough to defeat them right now. Speaking of, though, I don't have any new training. I have upped myself to 20 base mysticism. My mana is way too low, it is. But I could probably get myself up to 30 mysticism, which would help quite a bit with the replenishment of my mana. That would speed it up quite a lot. I almost wonder... Let's go down here and do books, chapter 1, and then mana. Just do a little divergent save, and that way I can see if I really want to continue the investment. There's plenty of experience down in the church, so I have no worries that I'm not going to have enough TP to get the training I need in the next chapter. And we will need higher mysticism in general, so... I think that is going to be the play. Now, I am going to have to be a little bit more engaged in the fight. Hey Chad, welcome to
books lately.
Hey, my choices aren't that bad. Okay. Another ruby ring. Ooh. I do like that. Let's drop this. Throw that out. I don't think I'm gonna wear most of this. So we can just drop it all. Yeah, we're good. I have often wondered if I needed to talk with Sepp about that, because that is something he could definitely fix. That would be easy enough. Okay, just attract him. Just have to be really slow with these fights. Amulet, okay, take that. Okay, so let's chill out, replenish some stats, and then we can face the next couple guys. I know it is. There. I think I have enough for 2 shots. Yes, perfect. Okay, don't want any of that. Is there any chests? I don't want to miss anything. Chests are very easy to miss in this game.
Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you
Don't
mind
worry,
saving your damn key?
I'm quick saving. Don't worry. It's okay. Did that seriously just miss? Oh, shit. Woo! Whoa, okay, that is very one-sided. That is very one-sided. I am not gonna die. Because I'm running. I can also leave. Boom! What did I tell you, Avalon? What did I tell you? You gotta trust. You gotta trust the books. I didn't even have to leave. That is what you call skill-based gameplay. Okay, guys. Ads are not going to be dropping. Oh.
About the moon and star, come to me through fire
I was
and
going to take a
war.
break, but now we're going to chill with Rainlab. My man. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're doing fantastic today.
Lay down your
Rain,
weapon.
how
It is not
was
too late for
Crusader
my
Kings?
mercy.
I know what you were playing, man. I know you. Could I get one of the mods to please give a shout out to my good friend Rainlight?
I'm a god.
How was
can you
Crusader
kill
Kings,
a
my
god?
friend? How
What a
are you
grand
doing?
and intoxicating innocence. I'm
I'm
a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer with a focus on story-driven games that are being obscured from the mainstream conversations around gaming, and the voice to those games is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in the games that have little to no voice acting to make them a little bit more interesting for all of you, and I only hope that I do a good enough job. Rain? Oh, here we go. Oh, it's going, baby. We're in the 2nd gen now and already ascended from a 2-country count to a 6-county duke. Things are all coming up the Millhouse. Setting up a dynasty. Dynasty, I say. So, What is it about the game that you're enjoying the most? I'm curious. Lord Maccarrel, welcome in, my friend. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for joining Rainlight on the raid. I much appreciate it, my friend. All right, raiders. I hate to raid and run, but I do have to head off for a little bio break before ads. So I'm going to leave you with some clips so you can get to know me a little bit better, and then I will return for some more conversation. Please bear with me. I know it's before ads, I'm sorry, but the nature calls, so I do have to head off. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Vivek molagged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比，冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9x3，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看速度与激情9，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Look! Very long time the Vorworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. They don't want the smoke. Oh my god. All right, well, let's go, buddy. It's okay, we're fine, it's fine. I am not a sociopath with a long history of violence. Oh, little secret area. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Oh god. Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Necro's last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. No, we need more. I need more. Chat, I need more cowbell. Lead them to Balmora?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth. Vivek molagged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. No, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. You wanna know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow. Guys.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是《速度与激情9》比冰淇淋《速度与激情》《速度与激情9》我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3。2个礼拜以后，《速度与激情9 X3》，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看《速度与激情9》，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Come at me, scrub lords, I'm ripped. Okay.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Fuck! Very long time, the Vorworms can get on top of you in a pretty big way. Cheers, fellas. Thank you. One of my vassals is from a house that has a duck as their main emblem, so I call him Duck Dynasty. You know, sometimes I kind of wish that I just didn't stream.
Show us your dick!
That could not have been worse timed. Or better timed, depending on your perspective. Yeah, sometimes I kind of wish that I was like a PNG tuber or something so that you can't tell that I'm talking. Less embarrassing that way. Alright, we have full mana, so let's hop back into the game. Rain, I want to keep talking about Crusader Kings because I haven't played it recently, and I'm thinking about getting back into it. My question for you is there multiplayer? And while you think of that, PNG tubing, it does have some benefit. Alright, now... There we go. Good old hold spell. We'll just pretend you were warming. Exactly. Me. Alright, ready, chat. We're ready to go. Alright, I don't need a tower shield, like, even a little bit. So let's just continue to check out some of these rooms and clear the area. We do have max... well, we did have max mana. So I think we're in pretty good shape in this area. And I did up my mana stores to a level 30 mysticism, so I should be recharging much faster now, even when I'm running. I believe there's one more enemy, like right around here. Ah, there he is. Okay, I don't need to cast hold on him. Yeah, he's trivial. There we go. Ooh. Do I want... you know what? I want to use as little melee as I possibly can. Now, he's going to be quite strong, if I recall correctly. So let's not mess around with him too bad. Also, raiders. Obviously, I forgot my manners that raid. I did have to head off for a impromptu break. But if you guys have to raid and run, please, do not let me stop you. You were hanging out with Rain for quite a while, enjoying some Crusader Kings, so if you need to get some sleep, get some food, get some water, whatever it is you need, please do so. You guys come first. Please take care of yourselves. Come on. There. Emerald ring, good. Still not what I need, though. I need a sapphire ring to finish the Pellandrian quest. Also, Conan. I am curious. You had mentioned a passing interest in Siege of Avalon, and I'm actually, everybody who has mentioned an interest in this game, I'm kind of curious as to why. So, for me, I love CRPGs for the depth of story and the kind of bird's eye feeling with, like, you kind of okay, I think the best way for me to put this is that I always feel that this perspective has... It's the perspective I think of when I'm reading a book. I always think of the world in terms of me kind of looking down on the events occurring. And I love that there are games that feel this way. Now, that doesn't mean a first-person RPG is not good. I love the Elder Scrolls. That's something Rain and I have in common. The journeys of Darmizal. But there's something about this aesthetic in particular that I've always found supremely compelling when it comes to the consumption of story. Alright. Now, we'll pretend I didn't know precisely where that was. Oh, fuck. There. Make sure that I'm ooh, okay. Chat, what are we thinking? Am I going to be a battle mage, or should I stick to kind of more of like a robed mage? Like, to put it into terms that you might understand, should I be like a Savos Aren from Skyrim, or should I be more of like... What's a good example of a battle mage? I can't actually think of a good example of a battle mage right now. Why? That's going to annoy me. It'll come back. It'll come to me. But anyways, should I be wearing armor and using swords as well as magic, or should I just be using magic? That's more or less what I'm saying. Because that will inform my dress as well, because I'm currently dressed in more of a robe. I think all Jedi... Actually, that's a good shout. Chat. Are all Jedi technically battle mages? It's a question. I think yes. That kind of just blew my mind. I never tied that together, honestly. Am I wrong to think of Gandalf when the talk of battle mage comes up? See, I think of Gandalf as more of like a traditional wizard. But you're right. You are right, but he doesn't wear, like, armor, right? He's always just robed. Like, yes, he wields a blade, but I don't know. I think the Jedi are more knights and samurai with magical powers than mages, but that's how I conceptualize a battle mage, so... I guess it depends on the type of Jedi. That's true, right? Because you have the Jedi Guardians, and then you have the Jedi Sentinels, and you have the Jedi Counselors, so you have Jedi that focus more on Force abilities and meditation. You have Jedi that focus on... Like, the Sentinels are basically the Guardians of the Temple, but then you have the Jedi Guardians who are more combatives-based. Warrior monks with space magic. Alright, cool. I will take that. Not battle mages, warrior monks with space magic. They are not wizards. They're monks. There's a difference, chat. There's a difference. got him. Alright, we will have to refresh our mana stores. Because this guy, early game, what a fight. He is gnarly. He is absolutely gnarly. So we'll just recover some of our mana stores, and then this is really an exercise of who can cast the hold spell more efficiently. What's happening in the game right now? Okay, so Siege of Avalon, for those of you who don't know... No, Carl, I absolutely want you guys to ask, because this is one of my favorite games of all time, and nobody knows about it. So this is Siege of Avalon. The story of the game starts with your OC coming to the Fortress of Avalon on supply boats that were just attacked. The broader context is that there is a nomadic race of beings called the Shahol, and the Shahol are... the best way to conceptualize them is orcs, but not so foul, right? There are Shahol that resemble men more, and there are Shahol that resemble orcs more. It's... the higher echelons of their society are more human. So the shaman I'm about to fight, he will be more or less indistinguishable from a human being. So there is this war that is happening. The Shahol are conquering the Seven Kingdoms. You are in the Citadel of Avalon. This is the last bastion of resistance in the Seven Kingdoms, and the Shahol have surrounded it, and they are fighting a war of attrition. Your character has been... you're the brother of a illustrious knight from one of the Seven Kingdoms called Elithria, and you are proving yourself currently to the generals within the castle. You're accomplishing deeds because your brother has gone missing. There was a night raid that your brother was a part of, and he is gone. He was seen in the village, and that is where we are right now. So, to sum up, war of attrition, last bastion of resistance, through a castle called Avalon, and then brother is really important to the generals, goes missing. You are searching for your brother in the village that is full of enemies. So that's currently where we are right now. We are in the basement of the village chapel. And the village chapel is quite close to the Citadel of Avalon. So I'm not going to spoil anything, but we're going to find out some really interesting story in a minute after we defeat this very powerful enemy. Now, speaking of defeating this powerful enemy... yeah, I'm having trouble myself coming up with a strong, pure example of the Battle Mage archetype. I feel like we have to go to D&D for this. But even within D&D, I don't feel like many of the companion characters... it's almost always your OC. Alright, chat, we're going in. Hold spell armed. Nice! Oh, that was juicy. That was so good. Okay, we have a signet ring. We have some scrolls with odd writing. Alright. Now, there's going to be some more enemies. Let's make sure that we arm our spell. Oh, out of my... okay, there's lots of them. Just need, like, one cast to take this guy down, I feel. Whoop. Did I hit? Okay, I hit a little. Oh, son of a... game? Oh, man. I got beef. I got beef with that. That was some BS. I'm not okay with that. This is a point-and-click combat system, guys, similar to Diablo. So down in this corner right here, you will see the spell icons I'm using change, just like Diablo. Really, the big difference of Siege of Avalon is the enemies are far more difficult, and you do not get potions. There are some mods that exist for the game where potions are available, but it is, yeah. This is a far more methodical and difficult combat system than Diablo, I would say. I might die to this miner. This is horse crap. I need to up my coordination, like, significantly. Yeah. Okay, we've got the quick save. Alright, let's replenish some mana then. Ads are running. We might have some people who want to see this next little bit, so we'll just replenish a little bit of our mana. And see to it that we don't have too many issues with these guys. It would probably be best to let them just, like, attack us right in our face so we don't miss our spells too much. And then coordination, I think, is going to become quite important going forward. Okay, I feel like that is enough to start. There we go. Okay, do they have... Okay, that was one. There's the second one. Okay, they're simple miners. They're not going to have anything I need. Okay, I think there are two more. So 3/4 of my pool for 4 casts is probably what I'm going to need. And then we can read some journal entries. Welcome back from ads, guys. Thank you very much for your patience. So, we have just taken down, I believe it was before ads dropped, but browsers kind of change when ads drop, so you'll have to let me know. We took down the shaman down here, so our magical opponent has been taken down. I'm currently taking down the last couple miners that are digging a tunnel right now. We're going to read our journal, because there are going to be some interesting entries, but I need to defeat these miners first, and then we can get some story exposition. For those of you who are perhaps interested in playing some Siege of Avalon, your main avenue for consuming the story, since the game has no voice acting, is of course the dialogue, but you also get a quest log, an adventure log, and a journal. A very detailed journal. I'm curious about one thing. Is Avalon on an island or a river, or is that a spoiler? No, not a spoiler. It's not necessarily elucidated within the game, so what I'm going to do is I am going to show you a picture. So this is the map of Urlay. This is the world in which Siege of Avalon takes place. So, this is where the Shahol come from. It's called the Steppe. The Shahol Steppe. Orium is the bordering kingdom. Cathea, Elithria, Aratoi, Taberland, Nisos, and Fornax. These are the 7 kingdoms. Now, Avalon, this is a modern... So, it was in Orium prior to the invasion, but after, due to some sorry circumstances, Avalon is now a part of, at least as far as these borders show me, in the lore it's a part of Orium, so for this story it's a part of Orium, but this map shows it as part of Elithria. Elithria and Taberland are kind of, the way you can conceptualize Taberland and Elithria is that they are the most powerful militaries within the 7 kingdoms. Fornax is a very magical place. Fornax is where many of the magically inclined people in the 7 kingdoms originate. Nissos is a seafaring place, so this border right here is seafaring. The lore of this game, because the developer essentially went bust after this game was released because it wasn't terribly successful. Even when this game was new, it was kind of obscure. And the lore of, is this like an island? Is it, you know, we don't know how big Eurole is, so, for example, that map I just showed you, that could be like Tamriel, right? So it could be a very large landmass, and we simply don't know if it is bordered entirely by ocean or what. One moment, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I just had a profound sneeze. A profound sneeze. And I had to deal with that. I didn't want you guys to witness that if I could help it. So yeah, as you've kind of alluded to, the lore is not set in stone necessarily. And there have been many efforts to try and expand upon this game, and I have played many expansion mods for this game that are very good. Tis the sneezing season. It is. Now, where is the bloody sapphire ring? I thought the sapphire ring was down here. I also have lots of dogs. I've got 2 dogs, and they both shed quite a bit. So every now and again, I'll just breathe in some, like, dog hair, and I'll just be, hung up on that for a while. Right. I don't see any... I swore it was in the church. I swore it was in the church. It's not on any of these guys. I know I half-jokingly suggested Jedi earlier, but honestly, the best example of the Battle Mage archetype, a tanky, melee, magic user in popular culture, would truly, I think, be Darth Vader. Ooh. Yeah. I can dig it. I can definitely dig that. Because he is tanky. Darth Vader is incredibly tanky. Darth Malgus from the Old Republic series, that would also be a contender, I would say. Because if Darth Vader is that, then Darth Malgus would definitely be that as well. But do we see them using their abilities? Like, there's Force Choke, of course. Darth Vader's very much known for that. But you don't really have, like, Force Lightning, because obviously he can't. Darth Malgus you do, though. So I think Darth Malgus might actually be a superior example. Not that I'm altogether unhappy with Darth Vader as an option. Alright, Avalon, I am curious if you might remember where the sapphire ring is. Because I could have sworn on my grandmother's grave that it was here. I could have sworn it was on this guy. But he has a different ring. He has a signet ring. Oh, it is in it is in Village 1. So I must have missed the chest then. I must have missed the chest then. Or I didn't check enough of the people's bodies. Although I felt I was being fairly fastidious with that. But if not, then let's head back to Village 1, and we'll see what we can drum up. Oh, it was like the final boss of Village 1. Yep. Alright, so he would be... So I contended with him down here, I believe. Okay, I'm just gonna check everyone. Because I didn't take anyone's shield either. Scroll with unknown writing. Okay, cool. Maybe... He doesn't have a shield on him, but... That's an emerald ring. He doesn't have a shield. Nor does he. It would have been in the bottom area. Like, he would have been in the bottom area. I did take some armor from this guy. Like I said, I'm just gonna check everyone. Check them all. Shaul with the shield. Didn't lead anyone down here. Okay, so he has the shield. No, it wouldn't be RNG. Like, this is a fairly consistent drop. He didn't have the shield. Let's head over to another village. I'm just gonna check everyone. So that was the scout. No shield. I think the shield guy was down here somewhere. It's a gold ring. Scroll with unknown writing. Acts of confidence. I don't think at... Yeah, we'll wear some mail. So this is chainmail, and this is scale. So 04, 06, 08, 01, 05, 08. I think scale's better. But we do have a tunic as well, so we can drop that and just increase our armor rating. Scout makes me think of TF2. Crazy to think that game is almost 20 years old. TF2. Team Fortress? Now there's a memory. It's been a long time since I thought about that game. Okay, I do want to keep as much as I can. Someone did mention Team Fortress, yes. Someone did mention Team Fortress. Okay. They had a shield. What have you? Is Team Fortress? No, it's not. We do have we have a lot of people who like old games in this community. The whole kind of I don't consider myself a retro streamer necessarily. I consider myself a streamer of the unsung games of the industry. And games that are falling into obscurity. So, for example, I play... Oh, there it is. Hello! Sweet. Thank God. I've played Morrowind, right? Morrowind is fairly venerated within the industry, but I found the more that I looked into it, the more I realized that while Morrowind is venerated, it is not necessarily played. So I took it upon myself to represent Morrowind for a time on the channel. Same thing with Daggerfall. It's in the Elder Scrolls Anthology. I've been streaming it. It's not in the schedule right now because I'm doing my stream anniversary, but sorry, one moment. Okay. But I've been playing it consistently throughout, the channel's history. And there's lots of games like that. I've played Cold Fear. Cold Fear was one that I don't see getting played a lot. One of the other first games that I ever played was Fable. Venerated. But, again, the category on Twitch is just dead. You do not see Fable getting played or talked about in a meaningful way by large-scale creators on Twitch. So, any game that is underrepresented on this platform is par for the... it's game for me. As long as I feel, looking at, the Steam analytics and the Twitch analytics and everything, meets the category of a voiceless game. A voiceless game, to me, is not a game that simply does not have voice acting, although that is my preference because I like to voice act. Another preference that another meaning that I ascribe to it is that they are the games that are truly voiceless. They are underrepresented. They are unable to speak, so I will speak for them. I will represent them. You know what? Team Fortress 2, and this is kind of what I was alluding to, Carl, is that although I focus on these things, that doesn't necessarily mean the community is not into older games and older experiences, and it doesn't mean I'm not either. It's just I'm not representing them on the channel. But I love Team Fortress. I love Unreal Tournament. I love Quake 3. All these kind of massive multiplayer online experiences, they were fantastic. They are fantastic to this day. The fact that TF2 is still going relatively strong is very commendable in my mind. And what a characterful game. Like, such a fun game. Okay, let's sell some items. I do want to accumulate some crowns, if I can. Now I believe... there you are. So we'll sell the broadswords, sell the common longsword, leather boots. I don't think I'm going to sell the diamond rang yet. Sell the pauldrons, splint boots. Sell the steel half-greaves. That, yep, okay, perfect. I do have another, yep, studded coif. Yep, okay. So that is the majority of my encumbrance. Okay, now, we can now finish the romance of Lauren and Pell. Do not do that to yourself, books. Do not do that to yourself. Alright. I am fairly confident in saving my game. So, for those of you who have just jumped into the stream and you are kind of unaware of what's going on, this is Lauren, and Pell is somewhere down here. There's quite a bit of backstory here, but suffice it to say, Lauren used to be a mage. We don't know why or what circumstance followed that story, but he has an apprehension towards magic, and Pell is Fornaxian, very magical people. So Pell fought off Shahol raiders who had attacked their caravan and wounded Lauren severely. Lauren had a bad reaction to witnessing Pell's magic and fled her, essentially. And she had to cast hold on him to heal him. And this did not go over well. They have not spoken to each other since, and we are kind of acting as a intermediary between the two of them to hopefully get it to the point where they can reconcile their romance. I honestly wasn't expecting you to return. I brought you something to give to Pell. Really? I thank you. What did you bring? Perhaps you would like this sapphire ring. A sapphire? Yes, of course! She loves blue. It's her favorite color. She'll take this. I know it. If given to her in love, then yes, I'm sure she will. Thank you so much, stranger. Let me summon my courage, and then I shall go take it to her. Here. Take the ring. I will go to her and tell her of your approach. The best of luck to you. How did he accept your words? Very well indeed, my lady. I've convinced him a gift would ameliorate your supposed ill will, and then sought a gift for him in the village. He has accepted it, and will be on his way to present it to you shortly. In the village? That must have been extraordinarily dangerous. It was somewhat, I must confess. It is nighttime, however, so I was able to sneak about in relative safety. I never expected that you would need to imperil your life for my sake and Lauren's, even indirectly. My debt to you grows, sir. Know you any magic? Yes, well, some. Then accept this gift, a spell to help keep you safe should you adventure again into the village. It is called Shadow, and will prevent the owl from easily spotting you. It draws the shadows about you. The stronger you are in the art, the more difficult it would be for the owl to penetrate them and spot you. I thank you, dear lady. As I said, he should be here presently. The rest, I'm afraid, is upon your own shoulders. I wish only that I could have done this all myself. This entire situation, as dear to my heart as it is, must have seemed like so much silliness to you. I hope that one day you will better understand what it is like to be in our places. There is no worse fate than to be in love, sir. And yet, there is no better fate. In the meantime, I owe you a debt I will never be able to fully repay. But Should you ever need something, I stand ready to assist you, my friend. My lady, it was my pleasure, and someday I too hope that I will be in love, and thus be able to share your joy, and commiserate with your sadness. Until later, then, I bid you farewell. Is he going to go to her? Monty, welcome in. Alright, I am going to do another save. Just in case the game's broken. Hey chat, welcome to PlayAnyGoodBooksLately. Why do you always get that one, Avalon? It's always that one. Ah, welcome. Thank you again for reuniting us. I heard from Pell that you were a scholar and a linguist. Tell me, know you anything of the Ahul? Shahul is their proper name, if you are referring to them as a people of Or culture. The Ahul are the more brutish of them, resembling cousins of the Orcs. Compromise, but one part of their society. Yes, you could say I know something of them. They were why I journeyed to Avalon. I have not spent all my days wrapped in self-inflicted misery, my friend. I have compiled much on them in my stay here, and have even discovered a handful of data on my own. I see. What can you tell me about them? I'm not certain how much information you would be interested in, and what we do know is certainly still very limited. Sir, I find myself curious about what I am facing. The basics, I suppose, would suffice. I played a bit of this, but the combat is hard. Almost got destroyed fresh out the gate. It is a very hard game. It is a very hard game, but very rewarding. Very, very rewarding. The basics. Well, let me see. The Shahul are primarily composed of the Ahul, those orcish creatures I mentioned, and shaman, a strain of ordinary humans. This alliance, if you will, has been a fact for an indeterminate amount of time, but it has to have been for multiple centuries due to the development of a well-established race of crossbreeds between the humans and the Ahul. We are still not entirely certain how this is possible, but some have speculated that it is similar to crossbreeding different species of, well, canines. But that is not my field, sir, so I cannot say for certain. Ah, I see. To continue, though, the Shahul have divided themselves into several castes, I suppose. The shaman are the leaders. They are human and are capable mages, much to our dismay. These are very dangerous individuals, and I have learned they are responsible for many of our losses in this war. You, however, will most likely be facing those of the warrior caste, which is comprised of the Ahul crossbreeds and non-magical humans. There are others, apparently. A hunter caste, perhaps, and possibly a worker or slave caste, but we know very little of them. I thank you for your time, my friend. I hope I can put this knowledge to good use. You are most welcome. Should you, in your adventures, come across anything interesting related to the Shahul, I would be most eager to learn it. Yes, I'm playing as a mage right now, Monty. Playing as a mage. I did, for a time, think of doing, like, more of a battle magey thing, but I think I am going to focus on being a squishy mage. Actually, I'm curious to know if you can decipher the written language of the Shahul. Well, I'm not sure, but let me see what you have there. Here is a scroll with some unknown writing on it. No, not unknown. Yes, this is most certainly Shahol writing. There aren't many who know anything about it due to the very short time we've known about them, but while I've been here, I must admit that I've made the most of my loneliness in studying what I could. Then can you help me? I'll do my best with my limited understanding. Let's see. It starts off... that's a name, I think. Perhaps something to do with speed. Nevertheless, it goes on. Oh, I see. This is a set of orders. Something about, dirt men escaping in the village, and a need to find him immediately. Oh, this is cruel. A slow death is ordered if he is captured, though... it does not say the Dirtman is responsible. It does say the Dirtman is responsible for half a dozen Ahol deaths in his flight. At the end is written, "This is command by someone or other shaman." I assume that's the local commanding officer, but I can't read the name. A Dirtman escaping in the village. That could be my brother. Tell me, does it say anything else? No, I'm afraid not. This is a fairly simple set of writings. I don't believe I've missed anything. I am sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. This is more than I expected anyways. Did you have any other scrolls for me to read? Yes, I think so. Let me check. Here, this is a scroll with strange writing on it. Yes, this is Shahol writing once more. Let's see. This is also a set of orders instructing all men, well, Ahol anyway, and the crossbreeds into the village for the night. Their project is nearing completion, and there must not be any disturbances. The altar... No, the church. Keep all Dirtmen away from the church. Soldiers will be well rewarded for all... something I don't understand, but likely a body part. Return to the shaman. The church. There have been reports of strange events at the church. This is proof that the Ahol are involved, as if we needed any. I had thought that there were an awful lot of Ahol in the village, though I guess I know why. Thank you. This is a scroll with some odd writing on it. This writing was made by the Shahol. It seems to be some sort of journal or list of things to do. The project will be complete within a day, and the operation could proceed. Extra supplies need to be ordered. The escaped Dirtman has been located. Located? My brother. My brother has been located. Where? Give me a moment. He's not been captured, I don't think. At least not by the Ahol. Some Ahol were killed at... the writing place. A book place? Maybe the library. Anyway, they were killed by this creature. There's a modifier here. Large, I think. I'm not certain, though. The creature retreated into the underground of the book place, and the Ahol managed to block it in with a rock. Boulder, most like. There is a strange note here. I don't know what it means, however. The Ahol trackers are pretty certain that the escaped Dirtman also was hiding in the book place underground, and that maybe the Dirtman and the creature would kill each other. No. Corvus. The note says the shaman would go kill the creature with his magic, since the soldiers are afraid to approach it. There's something about the creature likely being able to move the boulder if left alone for long enough, so the shaman should go soon. The shaman is dead. That will not be happening at least. I see. That is all that's on the scroll anyway. Thank you. I think I know where my brother is now. I owe the shaman that, I guess. Did you have another scroll for me to read? This is a scroll. This scroll is parchment, not hide. I wonder, did it come from Avalon? No, how could it? There's Shahol writing on it. On my life, though. This is very strange. Can you read the writings? The icons are... they're irregular, as if a child was writing this. It is most difficult to make out. The project goes well. Conflict, internal walls, conflict within walls. Avalon, do you think? I'm not certain. Medicine stolen, death from sickness, a hole in the wall, leading creatures, insects, to food. Meeting during the battle. No, battle is modified. False battle. This isn't making any sense at all. No, my dear Lauren, it makes horrible sense. There are traitors about in Avalon, Lauren. Now I know it. I must report this to Madam, and soon. All right. Oh, is he heading in? Okay, not yet. All right, let's see what we can do for the traders. Time for a cup of joe and an upright desk. I wish. I spent a bunch of money. I like my desk. I do like my desk. It's an L-shaped desk, and it's got 2 tiers to it. I quite like it. But there are some features that I kind of wish that I would have. We already spoke to Grimbold. Alrighty. Nice. If nothing else, we can sell these, so I'm going to take as much as I can. Sure, why not? Let's grab a shield. Did you try adding some height to your main display yet? Not yet. So what I need to do, I have some drywall to this end, by the way. I need to move, so right now I have a piece of wood right here that supports my internet receiver device, and I'm hardlined to the internet. So my plan is to move that device over to this corner of the room where my electrical panel is located. I plan eventually to hide it behind some millwork so that I can drywall this wall and complete the acoustic paneling that you see on this wall here. Once that drywall is up, I am going to put monitor mounts up on the wall, and I'm going to buy two monitor mounts. One set will support 2 monitors, the second set will support 2 monitors, and that way I can have a 4-monitor apparatus in front of me here. I prefer 1080p monitors, so I'm not trying to go for like an ultra-wide or anything, and I find that ultra-wides and even like 2K, 4K monitors, they cause some issues when trying to run older games as well, so I'm sticking to 1080p, and I'm doing 4 1080p monitors, and I think I'm probably gonna go 27 inches on each one when I can afford it. What kind of theme are you ultimately going for the room you stream in? So, this here is... So, I don't know if you would consider it a theme, but perhaps you would, so I'll expound. So, I like the idea of, say, a fireside chat by kind of a warm, wooden... Like a cabin, right? Like a fireside chat. I call the community the game library, but rustic is a good word. Think New York brownstone, think Tudor home in the UK. That is kind of the vibe I like. So I've painted this wall here, and my plan is that I'm going to have a lot of, kind of this kind of tone. and maps. Lots and lots of maps. I like maps. And then lower, kind of at the base here, I'm going to have some shelving, and I'm going to place some, you know, books and that sort of thing on display. I do have some books over beside me here, but I want to free this area up a little bit more for some different kind of things. So, yeah, you're right. Warm light, wood tones, and when I do have paint, it's going to be like dark, kind of more neutral colors, and I want the theme of the stream and everything that I present to exude warmth. I like warmth. And specifically, the warmth of a fire. I really appreciate sitting by a fire and hearing the crackle of the flames and smelling the smoke and feeling the warmth. And insofar as I'm able to reflect any of that feeling, I would like to do so here. If you don't have enough GPU bandwidth to run all those monitors, you could utilize either integrated graphics or just a simple second GPU. Yeah, so for the second set of monitors, I really don't need anything insane. I've got 2 display ports, and I've got 2 HDMI ports. So ultimately, my plan is to have 2 HDMI monitors that, you know, they just run, like, I don't know, folders and stuff. And then my 2 main monitors that are more kind of eye level with me, not so much up here. I'm going to run those off my display port. So for my gaming monitor at least, I want at least 165. I think my current monitor, I have a BenQ Mobius 27-inch, and I think it is a 167 hertz refresh. And then this monitor over here, this is an Acer Predator 1080p, and that one is 144. And then I have a shitty 17-inch Acer, like just desktop monitor, and that one I think runs 75 hertz. I do have a 4070 GPU, so it should be beefy enough. I myself want to redo my room and give it an early 2000s vibe, keep my CRT TV, replace my bed with a pull-out couch, a comfortable one, and maybe a decent sound system on the shelves for my VHS cassette collection and bookshelf for when I start buying books or even merch for some games. You have to, if you're doing early 2000s, you have to have posters too. Lots and lots of posters. Let's see, there we go. Okay, we are in decent shape here. Okay, these are all enemies. When I think early 2000s though, well, it depends what era of early 2000s I suppose, but when I personally think early 2000s, I think of Beyblade. Actually, good question for you guys. When you think of the early 2000s, what do you think of? No inventory from that guy. Interesting. Because for me, I think of my memories, right? I think of Martin Mystery. I think of Digimon, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Beyblade. Lots of the shows that I used to watch and enjoy. Oh, shit. Not good. I should have rested longer. Alright, fine, we'll lead you back. I should have enough. iPod Nanos, yep, good call, Cell. Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're having a good day. Game Boy Advanced. I think of the Game Boy Advanced when I think of the 2000s. Yep. Oh dear. Nice! Perfection. Right, I will take those gloves, because I do need some gloves. I think for me, I think of Star Wars The Clone Wars, Bakugan, Pokemon, the N64, even though it was late 90s, and retro gaming. So, this is something that is... You kind of hit on something interesting, right? Millennials, I don't think, are limited to the game culture that we grew up with. The N64 was a very accessible console because all this new, the Xbox and the PS2 and the GameCube were coming out. So a lot of our parents erred on the side of the cheaper console and got us N64s. So we experienced a lot of the older consoles prior to experiencing the consoles that were legitimately coming out when we were kids. I myself didn't get into console gaming until I was nearly 12. I didn't have an N64 until I was 12. That was a hand-me-down from a friend. I didn't have an Xbox until I was 14, and that was the OG Xbox. I never had a PlayStation during my formative years. Never had a PlayStation. I got my PS3 when I was 19. I got my GameCube when I was 16. Got my Game Boy Pocket when I was... I want to say 6. Never had a Game Boy Advanced. Got a Game Boy Advanced SP when I was 12 again. Same friend that gave me the N64. And then... When did I get my DS? Probably around the same time I got my GameCube, and I got a 3DS around the same time I got my PS3. I hold retro gaming so close because I grew up playing old games rather than new ones. Growing up, I had access to older games a lot. We had the SNES and the N64 back in 2007. I didn't get into the PS3 until 2011. Yeah, so, like, I think this is a fairly standard experience for a lot of millennial gamers. Brownie and Dr. Pepper, girl dinner. I hope that you actually had something a little bit more than a brownie and a Dr. Pepper. I don't know what time it is for you, Dev, but I'm assuming a nighttime snack. Okay, so we slew those guys, so let's go Outer Keep level 2. And then I want to drop off some items in the chests here. I think we can be fairly safe to do this. Do I want to put this on? No, it's not really that much better than the scale. Let's just store it, just in case I want to come back to it later. Who are you? Patro Turner. Oh, this must be from the mod. This must be from the mod. This is, this sounds very much like... This sounds very much like SEP language. The next house I move into relatively soon, within a few months at most, I'm turning the basement into a retro den. So, what's, is there a particular brand of CRT that you prefer? I found that the RCA brand and the Sony brand CRTs to be my favorite. I don't have one, sadly, at the moment. Mine is a Syntec. S-Y-N Tech. Welcome back, Scout. What have you to report? I've uncovered a plot to betray Avalon, sir. Betray Avalon? Slow down, lad. That is a serious charge. You best explain. Madam, I discovered some soldiers secretly digging a tunnel in the basement of the South Gate. They attacked me, and though I was forced to kill them, there are likely more traitors in the South Gate. In the village, though. I also discovered some Ahold digging a tunnel in the basement of the church until I stopped them. The two tunnels were going to meet each other and give the Owl a passageway into Avalon. Well, I can't be sure. I believe that the meeting of the tunnels would not have been very far in the future. Perhaps even less than a day or two. Spirits preserve us. Men digging into the village, digging out into the village, and the Owl digging into Avalon. I must report this to General Roth at once. You've done Avalon a heroic service this day, lad. Thank you, sir. I'm just glad I could help. But my brother, sir. Right now I've got my brother to worry about. I think I know where he is, sir, and I wish to get out there right away. Of course, Scout. I fully understand. Before you go, you should know that wherever your brother is, he may not be alone. Rumors have been circulating Avalon of a massive humanoid creature wandering through parts of the village, especially near the ruins of the library. I had discounted these tales as the products of an overtaxed mind, but I've seen far stranger things emerge from the wilderness around Avalon. At any rate, be wary when next you see Corvus. Be off with you then, and good luck. Yes, sir. Until later, sir. But when I do a retro den, I'd prefer Sony, but I have RCA right now. A 5,000 pound. Yeah, they are very heavy indeed. My Commodore 64 collection will have its own section. I just need an old enough computer to plug it into. I've often thought about this. So my dad has an old Dell. It's not a gaming computer, but it's good. Like, it's good enough for XP and games like that. I've often thought about how to get a retro PC rig going, because I am also inclined to that idea. Alright, let's find Corvus. Okay, inventory is relatively free. Actually, before we end this chapter, let's go see the Friar Mathis. I wonder if I don't have enough perception, perhaps. Let's add another diamond ring. Okay, ads are starting in about 5 minutes, guys. I will be availing myself of an ad break. I wonder if perhaps that's a Chapter 2 quest? I'm fairly certain the Friar gives it to us. I have quite a bit of charm through my items. Why is he not giving me the quest? I have the Chalice of Life in my hand. And he wouldn't give me the quest before I grabbed the chalice. I don't know about that. I basically followed more or less the same order of operations that I did the last time I played. And I didn't have any problems that time. I could have skipped out on spending thousands of dollars on old consoles using emulation, but where's the fun in that? I can get a Sega Genesis for $50 from a friend of mine. Absolutely, I 100% agree. I very much like having physical media. So you think it's because I cleared Village 3 that I had problems? Well, we'll have to see. I suppose we will have to see. Alright, so what I'm going to do now... Let's head down to Corvus, and I'm going to see if this is... if I basically... broke the game. And if that is the case, I might have to backtrack a little bit. Well, you can do things with emulation that you can't with OG stuff, not to mention the homebrew game market. I understand that, but there's something to be said for experiencing the games as they were. There's something very compelling about that. I modded my Wii, but I only digitized my games I already own, so I can keep playing some of the... Oh, if something happens to my disc, yeah. Yeah, if the disc corrupts. This is something not a lot of people consider. They think, I've got the physical media, so I'm safe. That's not true. Everything is decaying. We are, all of us, fighting decay every day of our lives. So, the old cartridges that we love, the old games that we love, their discs rot. They quite literally rot. Cartridges die. Batteries within these cartridges die. It is a constant battle to keep these systems running, which is why not a lot of people do it. Alright, let's quick save. We have plenty of mana. Clouds never die. I don't know about that one. Oh, shit. Nice. Sure, I'll take it. I'll take it all. Give it all to me. Eventually, discs are going to deteriorate over time, so I plan ahead and do digital for my retro games. But even digital will eventually succumb. Like, everything will eventually succumb. So, again, I'm not arguing with you guys, but it's like... we just have to keep ahead of the decay. Think of my Pokemon Game Boy games and save data being stored on the cards. The analog... oh, what is it called? I think the company's called Analog. They have a cart reader, and you can save it onto your actual hard drive. I do need to get that. Little brother! What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Never mind. You must be here to find me. I'm glad to see you, little brother. And proud. Now listen to me. Oh, our ad's about to drop. Ads might be dropping. Ads might be dropping. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and we will read this dialogue again. So I'm going to stay in this dialogue window. We're not going to move forward, and we'll just do a little ad break. I'm going to wait for the ad overlay, which is right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave you with the reels, and I will see you after ads. Thank you. Again? Really? Right?
It's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. That was work. Oh, okay, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Not my fault!
Chat, say hello to Mrs. Books.
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amryn? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
I know exactly what voice you want me to read it in as well. I know exactly what voice you want me to go for. Okay, let me pull it up.
Shotgun-chan desune.
Oh, it's terrible. Okay, I think we got it. As long as I don't get gang-banged by the cultists again, I think we'll be okay. No, no, no. Why are they humming at me? They're whistling in my ear. This is pretty. I'm gonna stand up here. Hopefully I don't get mobbed.
What can I do for you?
Lord Farquaad, is that you? I should have played an orc. Just name myself Shrek.
Can I use it?
Let's try that redhead wig.
Rumpelstiltskin. Now excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy.
Thank you very much for accommodating ads, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. Now, we have found our brother Corvus. The end of Chapter 1 is fast approaching, and we are getting into Chapter 2. We do have an hour left of the stream, so we will be able to, I feel, get pretty far in Chapter 2. At least the early phases of Chapter 2 when we get a lot of our quests and everything. I like to preserve lost media, like the old versions of the Star Wars movies. As long as humans decay, nothing is protected. Well, it's time. It's not humanity, it's time. Time is what takes these things from us. Little brother, what are you doing here? Never mind. You must be here to find me. I'm glad to see you, little brother. And proud. Now listen to me. I have terrible news that Sir Roth must be made aware of as soon as possible. Save your strength, brother. You can tell me once you're safely behind Avalon's walls. There's no time! You may have to bring this news back on your own. Don't be ridiculous. We'll take you to see Brother Crosby at once. Spirits, you're burning up. I'm fine, little brother. I'm just a little dizzy. Your wounds are infected. Quick, eat this, brother. The monks say it will help. Yes, mother. Oh. Spirits, that's disgusting. And I feel not a bit better either. What is that? Medicine. And you will feel better, I promise. For now, let's leave this place, all right? We've no time to argue. I will come if I can. Now pay attention. In case I do not survive, you must relay this message. Except for a few men, our entire force was ambushed and destroyed. I survived only because while I was riding rear flank, I went to investigate what I thought to be a group of riders separating from our company. When the attack came minutes later, I was cut off from the company. Who else has survived then? Where are they? General Oberon has betrayed us, little brother. He has betrayed Avalon and all the people of the Seven Kingdoms. It was Oberon and his lieutenants that I spotted riding away from the company. They were distancing themselves from the coming ambush. They knew what was coming and didn't want to risk being caught in the slaughter. No, Corvus. What you're saying? With the cries of battle echoing over the landscape, I found Oberon and his lieutenants meeting with Mithras himself. One of Avalon's High Council and the leader of the Owl were chatting pleasantly before my eyes, for spirit's sake, like they were merely resting after a quiet afternoon's ride. They acted as if the hundreds were not spitting out their last breaths, but 10 minutes away. Sweet spirits, how could they pretend to not hear the screams? The screams of hundreds, little brother. Hundreds! All my friends. Of all there that day, I alone survived. Corvus, I am sorry. The last thing I saw was Oberon handing Mithras a satchel. It took no imagining to guess its contents, and when I realized what was happening, I immediately turned and headed towards Avalon at full gallop. I was spotted, of course. The Owl were all over the area. Somehow I made it back to the village before my horse was cut out from under me. I raced through the buildings, trying to get back to the gate, but was cut off. I ducked around the corner and found a hole where my feet expected floor. But it was a bad fall, and it likely saved my life. And the ogre? What of the ogre? I dragged myself over here and stayed as silent as I could. I've been fading in and out of consciousness. I don't know where the ogre came from, or from when, but it was shouting and bashing at something for hours. Oh, whatever it was doing, I don't believe it ever bothered looking around the corner. Or if it did, it fancied me as a prisoner. Or a future meal. There was a boulder trapping it here, put there by the Owl. Its confinement drove it into a frenzy, it seems. But when I had arrived, I had succeeded in moving the boulder, enough for me to squeeze past, but not enough for it to escape itself. That's what it was doing. I could not gather enough strength to peek around the corner. Brother, we must make haste to Avalon. In truth, Sir Roth most surely needs to hear your tale, but he needs to hear it from you. Come now, I'll help you. I have OG 3 Star Wars movies. I think I took everything. Okay, we're in good shape. There we go. Any dialogue? Here, I'm gonna pause the game. Oh, Koala Blue saying I have the OG. I have the VHS of Star Wars, but it's the remakes. Oh, yeah.
Hello,
yeah.
beautiful humans. I hope that you all are staying warm because where I'm at, it's colder than the Nord's nether region. I mean, seriously, you think after all this time they would give a god a jacket, but here I am. No jacket, another reason in the frosty bits. Oh yeah, congratulations on 1 year, by the way, you beautiful man.
B-Tech, welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. And thank you for the dig, Arthur. I needed that. It, as cold as it is for you in the Pacific Northwest, I assure you it was colder for me today. It was negative 30 in the morning with wind chill, so it felt like minus 45. It was very cold, but I appreciate that basically all of North America right now is kind of suffering with some cold. Now I'm gonna drink some water because that was a lot of reading. I come out of the shadows from a work lurk. Thanks for the stream, it's very late here, so I'll pop to sleep. Catch you another day. Monty, or sorry, that was Jerkops that said that. Jerkops, thank you so much for tuning in, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. Seriously, I meant it earlier in the stream when I said you've been in the stream like every single day, and I appreciate the crap out of you guys. Like, honestly, this is what I was expecting with my stream celebration. I'm gonna be completely candid with you guys. I was expecting to have Saturday the 17th be a really strong showing with lots of raids and support, which it was, and then everything was just going to peter off and kind of just, I don't know, like, have an average of 10 viewers, like nobody hanging out. But you guys have been showing up in mass every single stream. My numbers have just steadily been going up. Actually, like, every stream, somebody comes in, somebody raids, somebody follows, and, you know, just seeing that constant support is something that I genuinely did not expect. Genuinely did not expect. So thank you. It's 28 Celsius here. Sorry. You lucky bugger. I have a question about Saturday's stream. A game isn't listed. What's the stream plan for that day? I'm playing with Audibel PT, doing a collaboration stream, and we are streaming Sanctum 2 and Battle Block Theater. I allowed my guests to pick the game. I wanted to focus on community with these collaboration streams. Thanks for the stream, Books. The question of the day is a doozy to answer, but I like that one. Well, the stream's not over yet. We got a while yet. We got like 45 minutes. I know someone in Hawaii who was complaining of freezing and wearing a sweater because it was 66 well, okay, your constitution does change depending on where you live. So, like B-Tech, he's not going to be prepared for the winter weather as I am. I literally have to be prepared for the winter weather because if I have exposed skin, it will freeze and I will get frostbite. It's a bad time. It's a very bad time. Alright, I think I am ready to do some more performing. By the way, guys, I appreciate you, oh, you're hitting the hay yourself. Okay, Conan, have a good night. Can we get some good nights for Jerkops and Conan chat, please? They are great supporters of what we do here. My friends, have a good night, and we will see you on the next one. I'm an Argonian compared to a Nord, yeah, and I'm a Nord. Okay. Unpause. Lookouts reported your success. Congratulations and well done. You are a credit to us all. Corvus, it is good to see you, alive and back in Avalon. Sir, we have some disturbing news. Yes, Muddum has already told me about your discovery under the South Gate. We have launched an investigation to search out the traitors and their benefactor. Someone with great authority has been aiding them. To keep a conspiracy of this scale secret is no easy matter. Most troubling is the fact that whoever is behind all this is willing to sell us out to the Shahol. Sir, I'm afraid it reaches the highest level. Corvus witnessed General Overon meeting with Mithras himself. Overon delivered to him a satchel of documents moments before the army was ambushed. Overon. This is disastrous. General Overon was a council member. He knows everything. I must inform the other members immediately. Books, take your brother to the monks and see that they tend his wounds. Report back to Muddam, and then get some rest. Tomorrow morning, report to my private chambers in the inner keep, north of here. Let no one else know about Overon's actions. Understood, sir. Alright, let's find a stairwell, which I believe is right here. Oh, wait, no, I have to deliver Corvus to the monks. So let's find Brother... There he is, Brother Crosby. I believe question of the day answer from Monty. I believe video games can absolutely be an escape from reality. Think of working all day and coming home, turning on a game for a couple of hours. It can be seen as a release, a stress reliever from work. So I do think it can be an escape. So Monty, I'm going to expound upon this. We did talk about this earlier for my answer to the question of the day and everybody else's. You came to the stream a little bit later. So I just want to give you a chance to kind of flesh out what I mean when I made this question of the day. So my view is that while games can be a figurative escape, they cannot be a literal one. You cannot experience games in a vacuum. And this idea that when I have extreme stress in my life, that I even want to play a video game. Honestly, when I'm maximally stressed, and this is personal to me, all I can think to do is take that problem on. I am a man that acts when there are problems. And a video game doesn't always seem like the proper way to deal with that, or I'm just so depressed and anxious that I don't enjoy anything. So, literal escape it is not, but a figurative escape it is. Video games are a way for us to process our emotions. There are struggles that we have in life that video games give us an outlet to process. I used an example earlier in the stream with relational trouble, right? Say you had a relationship end and you were unable to achieve closure. So you play Dragon Age Origins. And within the relational aspects of that game, it's very character-driven. You can achieve a level of solitude and emotional catharsis from the process of playing that game. As you say, it depends on who you ask and where they're at in life, frankly speaking. But there's a nuance to this question, and that is what fascinated me, and that is what I that's what I wanted to talk about. And I'm fortunate enough that I don't need it to be an escape anymore, right? I have a very fulfilling life, and I have the stream. And you guys, the video game is a facilitator, but you guys are my outlet, fundamentally. Praise be, Corvus! Rest assured, we will take good care of your brother. Thank you, Brother Crosby. I know he is in good hands. Alright, let's see if we can talk about the Chalice of Life. I really hope that we can. Broke the game. Yep, broke the game. Oh, that is really unfortunate, guys. That is sucky.
Is this how you honor the 6th house and the tribe unmourned?
Jet, thank you so much for the resub. 10 months. 10 months. I don't know quite how long you've been following the channel, but my friend, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. It was too early. Like, or rather, it's not early enough. 9 months. So this is month 10. We're on month 10. And that is why the sub was 10 months. Okay, let's see how far back I saved. So first of all, let's do... Let's just save the game that way. I'm in this habit of... See, okay. A lot of people say, oh, Books, why do you hard save? Like, why do you do hard saves? Why do you do this? And that is for this specific reason, because when I quick save, I almost always end up in situations like this. Always. Yeah, see, I almost have to restart the game now. Because even my quick saves, they're going to be too far back. Ah, that sucks. Okay, what I am going to do then... I can probably get around this by going into the game code and just turning in the quest, so I don't have to turn it in right away. But that's really shitty. So Avalon was right. I basically worked too far ahead. What the game expects you to do is the game expects you to gather all of the quests and then foray out into the world. And that is not what I did. I basically ran ahead, did a bunch of stuff, and then came back. And that does not work in this game. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to... I'll do all of this off stream. We're going to move forward as if we have... And then I'm going to basically, I'm either going to start a new file, or... So it's a bug and not a planned limitation. Yeah, basically. It's a timing thing with the game. The game almost seeks, like, particular timestamps for you to be acquiring the quest. So I cleared the village of enemies, which means I cannot gather the quest from Friar Mathis because the game expects me to already have it. Which is a little bit shite, if I'm honest, but I'll have to fix that off stream. We will proceed to chapter 2. So I will run off and we will start chapter 2. And last file, by the way, guys, I wasn't able to turn in the Beatles quest, so this isn't the first time this has happened to me. But luckily, Sep normally, in a new patch, he will almost always fix these issues. Actually, If worse comes to shove, you might just have to play more Siege of Avalon. That's true. It is true. Books, as much love as you have for Siege of Avalon, I feel perhaps you would really appreciate the Ultima series Those were the very first CRPGs, and I know you've yet to experience them. I think I'm gonna start advocating for them pretty hard in the recommends. I love isometrics. I really want to start looking into the Ultima series. That is 100% a series that I would like to look at. Lag, welcome in! Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so as we approach the end of the story in Daggerfall, we're going to be opening up some spots for the game. And what I'm going to start trying to do as a content creator, because fundamentally that dream has not died. I want to keep playing games and pushing for the content creator goal. But what I notice a lot of content creators doing is they set a schedule. So they plan specific games that they're going to play in their schedule, and then they're going to, plan their content around the games that they're playing. So almost everything is pre-planned. So what I'm thinking of doing is basically having the Monday and the Friday game be my choice, and the Saturday game be the community's choice. Because I still want the community to pick a game, right? I still want the community to pick games. And honestly, my preference is the community picks all the games. That ultimately that's my preference. But as I try to grow the channel and I try to become the creator that I know I can be, I feel like I have to adopt some of these modalities that a lot of content creators utilize in order to facilitate their growth. My day has been good. How's your day been? I froze my just bones off in, God, what was the temperature? It was -30 in the morning with wind chill, so like -45. And then the high today was like -23, and that had wind chill too, so it felt like -30. That was poopy. I recently just watched some of those older Spoony One game reviews about the Ultima games. Always gives me major chuckles. And I think there's something that, especially because I've never experienced them, I think there's something really special that I can bring to the table, similar to what I've done with Daggerfall. Now, I don't know for a fact if what I brought to the table with Daggerfall was in fact special, but my playthrough of that game has felt really, really special to me. So, my thought is that if I can continue to have these first play experiences with a lot of these older games, I'm just going to be able to provide some joy to people who have experienced those games and love them. Okay, so we can't get to the inner keep. So let's look at our quests. Sarath bid me make a final report. That's why. I need to report to Madam. There you are, sir. Well, and that's ultimately what I'm trying to do, right? I'm a trained historian, and I don't want to see these things get lost to time. You know, it's not that I prefer old games to new games, it's just that new games have the benefit of a recency bias. Right? New games have the benefit of a recency bias, and a lot of these new games aren't getting buried. Now, that's not to say none of them do, but many games like Siege of Avalon get lost to time. Many games like Siege of Avalon get overlooked even when they are new. And I want to be the one, I want to be the creator that I don't just make a video, muse over the game, and then leave it. I want to be playing these games on an ongoing basis. I want to be the creator that you can come to when you want to watch a stream of Ultima, when you want to watch a stream of Siege of Avalon, when you want to watch a stream of Daggerfall. I don't want to be that streamer who's playing the newest and greatest release to get the most hype views. I want to be the person that is preserving a memory. Because someone has to do it, and I'm looking around and all I see are YouTube video essays. That's all I see. Nobody is interacting with the game live. I look on Twitch, Daggerfall, dead category. Siege of Avalon, dead category. Shit, even Morrowind sometimes, like, unless Josh Strife is playing it, there's not a large audience watching that game. Now, you could say that's only the people that will watch a live stream of these games, and that's true. That is true. But nothing is being put on the internet that gives that live experience. It's all just kind of posthumous video essays on these games. I want to do more. I feel like I can do more, and I feel like I can be a successful creator doing that. 4 to 7 was the absolute peak of the series, and though 4 is especially retro and bordering on archaic, it's absolutely essential in setting the basis of the themes of the later titles to start there. I saw I could even play 1, like 1 through 3. Although, like you said, bordering on archaic. But you could... I would argue that even a game that has bordering on archaic mechanics can still be interacted with in a profound way. I still feel like they can be fun, because they were fun. Now, we have modern experience that is kind of working against us in this regard. Everything was new and novel and interesting when these games originally came out. And now we're kind of in a situation where we have experienced the best that gaming has to offer. It has never been a better time to be a gamer. It has never been a better time to be a gamer. And that win is also causing a simultaneous loss. There's a stat out that I saw recently that said, you know, gamers are not buying new games. And there's many reasons for this, right? The economy's tough, the world's crazy right now, and not many people can afford the price of a brand new game, and not many people can afford the rigs that are required to play these new rigs. Xbox consoles are egregiously expensive, Sony consoles are getting there, Nintendo consoles are there. PCs just went completely tits up with Nvidia just grenading the entire industry with GPU prices. And people are going back, but they're going back to that comfort zone. They're not branching out and experiencing interesting old games, right? If my comfort zone is Gears of War, I'm just going to play Gears of War. I'm not going to branch out into Siege of Avalon and Ultima Underworld and Daggerfall and all, you know, it just doesn't, like, it doesn't carry, right? And many of these old games, because mature gaming was largely a PC endeavor, a lot of console gamers don't have those memories. A lot of console gamers, like, their earliest memories of games is Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, Pokemon Silver for the Game Boy. Those are their early memories. They don't remember Siege of Avalon for the PC. They don't remember Daggerfall for the PC. Ultima Underworld for the PC. Harry Potter the movie game, as opposed to Harry Potter the movie PS1 version, right? And again, I'm trying to provide that texture that a lot of gamers might be missing. And you guys have been helping a ton to this end. Welcome back, Scout. What have you for me now? I've returned my brother to Avalon, sir. He is resting now in the infirmary. That is great news. I must say that my hopes had begun to fade. Make certain that the monks give him the best care. I have, sir. There is more. I should report to you, but Sir Roth told me to pass it on to no one else. It's about Oberon, sir. You mean, General? No, sir. Not anymore. He has led his men to slaughter, sir, and passed secret documents to the Owl. I understand. Sir Roth will send for me when he requires me. I would thank you for your report, but I think you will forgive me if I do not. But you get some rest. This war is far from over, and I have a feeling that the next chapter in it will be soon upon us. I will, sir. And sir, you have my thanks for both your training and your kindness. Good night, sir. Four to 7 was the absolute peak of the series. 1 to 3 are very archaic and quite generic. The stories are certainly considered canon, but the true world building that definitively made the series uniquely formative is gaming history started at 4. I gotcha. So you would recommend that I ignore 1 through 3? Oh dear. Whew. Alright, I think that me doing that report... This is why. So I've technically already fulfilled the quest, and it just didn't take the item away from me. I fulfilled an important quest today. The much talked about Chalice of Life has been missing for months, before someone thought to remark that its disappearance may be linked to, or may even have foretold the losses that Avalon has suffered under the latest Shahol offensive. The way they all speak of it now, I'm led to believe that it has magical properties. In truth, I feel better with each passing moment I hold it. But I'm sure that's because I know the magical uplifting effect it will have on the defenders of Avalon. I'm sure of it, aren't I? The chalice is a mystery to me, even as I hold it in my hands. Even more mysterious is how one of the shaman came to possess it. The implications are disturbing, to say the least. I have some very important news to report back to Muddam. I found part of what the Shahol are up to in the old church. They have engaged in a bizarre endeavor. From everything I have ever heard about these people, it would appear to be a violation of their faith. But I did see a Shahol digging. He and his companions were chopping dirt methodically away, but their work was focused primarily on one wall. It was obvious that they weren't mining. They were digging a tunnel that leads, if my sense of direction holds, vaguely in the direction of the fortress. What are they hoping to achieve? They surely couldn't burrow into the building. Surely a noise would be heard, and one defender could hold off 1,000 Ahol at a tunnel that size, of the one they are making. Muddam and Roth should know about this new and disturbing development. Today I rescued my brother from his captor, a brutish ogre, an immense beast. Had arms the thickness of tree trunks and carried a club that he swung at me with terrible bestial strength. After besting the creature, I was elated to discover that Corvus was alive nearby. Even though he was in bad condition, untreated wounds had formed scars on his arms and face, and at first, I thought he was dead. But he forced himself to his feet. leaned against a library cellar wall and told me something that chilled me to the bone. General Oberon is a traitor. He had struck a deal with the Showhole in exchange for his life and a few liberties. He had led a third of Avalon's defenders to a bloody ambush. With that sobering thought on my mind, I must throw Corvus's arm around my shoulders and take him to the monks for healing. Avalon, have a good night, my friend. We will be wrapping up right away. I was very touched to find that General Roth thought enough of my brother to meet us at the gate of the keep when he learned of Corvus's rescue. His pleasure, however, quickly evaporated as we reported everything we had learned. First, I relayed to Roth the news of the tunnel system I had already reported to Madam. He indicated that he has already learned of the tunnels, but Corvus's news was another matter. He was obviously taken by surprise at the betrayal, but it wasn't until Corvus talked about the satchel he saw Oberon giving to Mithras that I noticed the rage in Roth's eyes. Muttering something about warning King Vortigern, Roth took his leave of us to report these developments to the High Council. As Roth turned to leave, he bade me to see to my brother's care and get some rest. I'm to report to his chambers in the morning. Thus ends the first chapter in the Siege of Avalon. Alright, so we should be able to head back to the inner keep now, and then we should be able to end for the day, I think. No, not yet. Alright, let's talk to... I have 2 more quests. Let's talk to Freeman, and let's talk to Avalon. And then we should be able to end for the day. We should finish these things. I'm not necessarily in a rush to finish them, but obviously you guys need the story. So if I skip over this and then go right into chapter 2, that is missed content for you. Well, soldier, what did Penrith say? He was surprised that the steel actually exists, but he was grateful. His men should start bringing it in the bars shortly. Good soldier. Very good, in fact. And now I think this belongs to you. I'm sure you'll agree that it's fine enough sword for you to wield with pride. A great deal for the price, don't you think? I could have used this before I went to find your steel blacksmith, but I'm glad I have it now. I will treat it well. My thanks to you, and farewell. Alright, not going to be able to wield that for a time. I hear that you managed to get Lauren talking with Pell again. Well done. I also heard that you've been out to the village already. Yes, I needed to find a gift for Lauren to give to Pell. For your reward, there are a couple of people that you might wish to talk to concerning the village. Massus, the friar, and Elrath, the wizard. Thank you, I will. Good day too. I'm not done yet. There is a certain house in the village that I've an interest in. I have it on good authority that for one reason or another, it is relatively intact, and you won't be able to mistake it for any other house. There should be a chest inside that is magically locked. I just need to know if the chest is actually there, and if it is intact. Got that? Yes, when I know more, I shall return. I think I already went into it. Have you learned anything about the house that I asked you about? Yes, I found it. Well, was the house intact? Yes, it was, and there was a chest inside. It was also intact. Did you open the chest? Yes, I did. You should have found a pair of boots inside then. consider those boots a gift for you. I'm surprised that you managed to open the chest, actually. I had thought the key lost. Since the key is of no more use to you, might I have it back? The key is yours. Sentimental value for you, then? Yes. Yes, something like that. I've one final piece of information for you. There is a network of tunnels running throughout the village underground. I'd suggest that you keep an eye out for an entrance. Allegedly, there is even a treasure down there. If you find an entrance, and any treasure, that would be information I would value greatly. I fear that I would be too busy in the village to indulge in a hunt for these mysterious tunnels you speak of. However, I'll be certain to keep an eye out. And if I learn anything, you will be the first to know. Tell me, though, how did you manage to preserve your house when the rest of the village was practically destroyed? My house? Odd. I don't recall ever saying that. Good day to you. One last question, if you will. When Muddum originally told me to talk to you, he said, if he will consent to speak with you. Why did you consent, Avalon? Why have you helped me? Careful, soldier. Why is a dangerous question. Are you certain you mean to be asking it? I asked what I have asked. Very well. I do not believe I have a need to obscure this from you. Nevertheless, I would first like to state that my purposes are not nefarious, and neither do I wish you harm. Allies are difficult to come by, and powerful ones are painfully rare. These times would kill the unprepared, and I, for one, intend to live long. Perhaps I'm wrong, and perhaps you will be a worm food ere the sun rises again. But when I look at you, I see potential for greatness. However, such potential must be cultivated to be fully realized. I know both what you have been told and what you will be told, and it will lead you to an opportunity, in your terms, to do good work benefiting the people of Avalon. Along the way, you may even recover your brother. In my terms, not only do I stand to benefit with every other Avalonian, but I also perceive this as an opportunity to assist you in furthering your talents and skills. Developing these, I believe, will gain you much recognition, and thereby a sort of power. Power for allies, remember. I owe you nothing, Avalon. We stand even. We stand even, that I do not dispute. But should you succeed in your tasks, and as a betting man I wager that you will, even should we never speak again, do not doubt that I am better off for your success. And if we do speak again, well, allies may accomplish far more striving together than by working alone. Muddum knew that when he knew what he was about when he sent you to me. Just a little something for you to keep in mind, my good soldier. Yes, I imagined it is. Goodbye, Avalon. Oh, by far, 100% yes. In fact, the schism between what separates the three generic oldest games from what Ultima later evolved into is its own uniqueness, is even represented in game history by a literal world-changing cataclysm that shifted the terrestrial design, mega earthquakes that altered the continents, etc. I almost want to play the original 3, just so I can appreciate what 4 and onward did. That's why I like to play through these series in the way that I do. Alright, with that, my friends, we are very close to 10 p.m., and that means that our time in the game library has once again drawn to a close. I would like to thank everybody who has been tuning into the streams for all of your support. Guys, it means the world. I say it until I'm blue in the face, but I mean it every single time that I say it. You guys make the stream what it is. You guys absolutely rock, and you keep showing up. Thanks, Books. Great stream. I hope that you're enjoying the higher focus on voice acting. I mentioned this in the stream. I have this immense, and again, unfounded, perhaps, but I have this immense imposter syndrome when it comes to my voiceover. And this is not just from the stream, right? This is even content that I create. And you guys providing me with facility to exercise the muscle of voiceover and try to become better at relaying these written stories in a convincing and meaningful way. It's something that I have to thank you guys for, because many audiences would simply not do so, and you guys do. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this week has been absolutely incredible. Like, I had one of the worst days I've ever had working in the trades. I was so cold that I couldn't feel my hands today. And I had an absolutely amazing time streaming to you all today. Siege of Avalon, again, one of my favorite games. And you guys, although you may care less for the game, you show up and you support. So thank you, my friends. Thank you. Now, with that said, if you have enjoyed the stream, if you have enjoyed any of the content whatsoever, please hop over to the Beacons page. That has links to all of my content creation pages and my support pages. So that is everything below here. Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Discord. Please join the Discord. And then we have the support pages that I have indicated up here, which is my wish list, my merch page on Fourth Wall, and my direct support page on Coffee. I'll obviously thank everybody for the raids and the support. So financial support is not required for the stream, but thank you so much for everybody who has provided that support. Special thank you to Rainlight for the raid today. Special thank you to Conan9287 for the raid today. Again, guys, if you haven't followed those two creators, please seek them out. They are members of the community, and make sure to follow them. They do stream. Now, with that, my friends on YouTube, I do apologize, but I can't take you with us. We do have to end the YouTube stream here, because I'm taking my Twitch friends out on a little raid. So let's see who is currently online. Oh, we have Ghost Sirens. I never get to raid Ghost. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, Ghost, and who else is currently streaming? Revan Knight, we've got Shibby. Oh, okay, we've got Salty by Design. He's playing Kingdom Hearts. We've got Salty playing. Alright, wait, no, I tell a lie. I've raided Salty once, but he is just the kindest, sweetest guy, and he, much like me, struggles to balance content creation with all of the insanity of everyday life, and he is streaming consistently again, so I'm very happy to see that, and I would like to support as much as I can. So, my friends, I bid you come with me. Support for these small creators is very, very important. So, I will start the raid. I'm gonna exit Siege of Avalon. make sure that we can exit here. There we go. Lower all this down. All right. The raid has begun. First message is for those of you who have subscribed. Second message is for those of you who are followed. My friends, it's been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. Sorry, monitors. I will be back again tomorrow for a collaborative stream with Necrovarius, where we will be playing Generation Zero, and in my case, for the first time. But until then, my friends, I bid that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.
Son of a bitch with this thing. Yeah, fuck down here, mate. I voted against to keep the bit going. You honestly refresh your tab? I need to preserve that clip. Oh, shit. I'll have to do another one sometime that's like actual intense gameplay. So you can totally tell that it's not.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?